Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with part two of a Dune game that we just started last week. This is Dune: The Winds of War. We're going to be playing this game using the Expedition engine, game system that I designed. It's a one-page RPG. In particular, the version that we're using is Coin and Courage, though it is kind of a modified version so that it works for Dune a little bit better. But I'm really excited. Last week was an absolute fantastic session. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it, especially if you are a fan of Dune. It fits very much in between the chapters of the book, or in between the scenes of the movie, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm very excited to be getting back to it, especially so soon. I'm going to give the same warning that I give on the beginning of all of my games, and that is if foul language and mature subject matter or immature humor are problems for you, then this channel is going to be a problem for you, and you should turn around, pull a U-turn, go home. But if those things don't bother you, then you're a kindred spirit. Come on in. Have a seat on a beanbag somewhere. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, tell you where you may be able to find them on the internet. They can plug whatever they'd like to plug. And then I think we're going to get started. We are waiting for our fifth player. Hopefully, in the interim, he will be able to come in and I can get everybody settled before we get started. But we're going to start with Sarah. So I know she likes to go first.
Oh, I just love it. You spat. Hi everybody. I am Sarah, also known as Alice X Ann on all the socials. You can find me on Mini Terrain Domain every other Tuesday for Sky Metal Iron Gods. You can find me on Ace Your Sins channel for Hijinks for All on Sundays once we start streaming that again. And occasionally I'm here, and I love being here, and I'm very excited to keep this going. Maybe we'll get to, 20 episodes. Who knows?
Thumbs up.
I'm excited. I'm excited for tonight. Let's get this done. Let's get the spice.
Spice.
It begins already. Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you on the channel, Sarah. I don't even remember when it was that we actually first started playing in the same games, but it hasn't been all that long. I don't think. Maybe a year.
Yeah, I think so.
Around there. But yeah, I always enjoy having you at the table. So
it's a blast. I love you, Jeremy.
I love you too. And I'm very happy that you said yes to this. So thank you. Speaking of yes, love, and very happy, next up is Zach.
What a wholesome transition. Everybody, I am Zach. I'm Zach Norman. I am the son of Jake of MTD fame. I am the heir to the throne and the empire, and in due time, my era will come to pass. But in the meantime, I'm here to play some games and have some fun with some really cool people. I'm really excited to be here and to play again, to re-immerse myself in the world of Dune. I don't have any social media presence for the most part. If you want to find me, you could just type in my name on Google and I'll show up on 6 different websites. But more importantly, you should go check out Mini Terrain Domain, the empire that one day will be mine, and check out my dad's awesome tutorials, D&D streams, and miniatures and dice towers that are currently for sale.
Yeah, man, hell yeah. Yeah, your dad is the reason I know you, and I'm very thankful for that. Among the other things that your dad has provided for me over the years, the chance to get to know you has been one of them. So, yeah.
Said that in a way that was kind of suggestive. I don't want to go into it.
I mean, he's your dad. I don't want to embarrass you too much.
Dude. No. Oh,
I love your dad. Your dad's amazing. He's become one of my best friends over the years. And yeah. I've played in a ton of games on his channel, and he always runs a really fun game, and it may or may not be suggestive. Who knows? That's the mystery.
Hand stuff.
Hand stuff. Hashtag hand stuff.
No.
That's right. Did he show you the hand that I sent him?
I saw the hand. I was like, yeah, I knew. The other day he was like, I have a package coming from Texas, but I don't know why it would be coming from Texas. Who's sending me something? And I just kept
Surprise.
my lips sealed. I had nothing to say, but very cool.
I was so happy with that. Yeah, I was really glad that it got there. All right. Speaking of very happy and glad to have gotten there, next we have Michelle.
Hi, everybody. I also have no social presence other than I'm around everywhere for chatting, but I am on Zach's to be foundation. Many
My
does
kingdom.
his kingdom. You can find me there if you want to talk to me. I don't have anything to say other than I can tell you about my character that I'm playing because I am in love with Dune. Um, she's a Fremen engineer. Her name is Sahira Warada, and she, of course, hates the Harkonnens. So I'm looking forward to battling some more this week because I really enjoyed slaughtering them last week. So that's all I got to say.
That basically encapsulates the channel right there. Wholesome, love, and murder. You know?
Yes,
Because that's how you have fun, right?
because why not?
I mean, um, yeah, I'm super thrilled to have you back on, Michelle.
Thank you.
I'm glad that you've been having so much fun in bringing your love of Dune to this game. So very much looking forward to seeing how things shape up tonight.
Oh boy,
All
me
right.
too.
Speaking of very excited to see how things shape up, I have no idea where this is going. Chad, you're next.
I mean, you had one like a couple different options there, and I was just waiting to see where the ball would drop.
Bro, this is
good.
Russian roulette. I just spin the chamber and pull the trigger. Like, there's no telling what's coming out.
Hi, everybody. My name is Chad. You have probably seen me on this channel frequently. It's fine. I am also over on Mini Terrain Domain, and we play Kids on Bikes every Thursday over there. Outside of that, you'll find me here on this channel Tuesday, if I remember correctly, because we will be not finishing, because I'm
Yes,
never gonna
nope,
say
Not
finished.
yet.
Okay, never gonna say finished. It is our Caldera game that we're playing over on this channel, Erasmus Expeditions. You'll find me on Tuesday for that. Yeah, I am having a blast with this. As someone who's not as familiar with Dune outside of like the movie lore, this is so much fun. And this has really gotten me into enjoying Dune outside of just the movies and like wanting to read the books now. And like there's like a whole intrigue that has filled me now, and I'm about it. So Jeremy, you're doing a good job if you're making me want to go and read a book. Like, good job. Thanks, buddy.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. This is fantastic. I love all of these wonderful people. I can't wait to do this more often, and hopefully we make this into a mini campaign, because quite honestly, that's what I want. That's what I want every time I sign up for a Jeremy game, is mini campaigns, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I tried to put like a 2-part story, like on the placard at the beginning of the thing. I tried to paint myself
don't
into
get me
a corner,
wrong,
and
I know what your parameters are. I'm just telling you what I know is gonna happen. Okay. You give me fences. I am the T-Rex that breaks out of it. Okay. Like,
it's true.
Understand, it's gonna happen.
It's true. But no, man, I'm super thrilled to have you at the table always, but especially if we're widening your horizons for Dune. That makes me really excited, because I've really liked Dune for a long time, and it's neat to have come across it after already having been a Star Wars fan for so long, because it now throws a lot of what is in Star Wars into like sharp relief, and it's like, oh, Lucas stole a lot of this stuff. But I'm glad that it's kind of started to get its due with the new movies and stuff. So it's kind of gotten a whole new crowd drawn to it. So I'm happy to try to add on to that a little bit, and also just because I like taking IPs that I know and playing games in them. So I'm really happy to have this opportunity. So thanks for coming along for the ride. Speaking of coming along for the ride, last but certainly not least, we have Nathan.
Why? This is going to be an interesting session. I'm questioning whether I want to promote my channel on this now, because I don't know what kind of debauchery is. No, I'm joking. I am
This
Dimension
is
119. You never know like what level it's gonna be till you get into the Jeremy game, and it's based on our intros. You can tell where the
It's
session's
so
gonna
true.
go.
You set the pace here and now.
Yeah, exactly. If you're still here after our intros are done, you'll be fine for the rest of the session, I'm sure.
Yep, trial by fire.
I'm Dimension 119. That's where you can find me on all the socials. I'm mostly right now a variety streamer over on Twitch. I play a lot of video games. I'm doing a lot of survival games at the moment, currently playing through Subnautica Below Zero. It's a great game. It's very, very tranquil and peaceful at times, and it's very fun to explore. And then the next minute, I'm screaming my head off, and my heart rate monitor that's on screen is above 100. So you could get the best of both worlds with that. We're gonna run the gambit of survival games on the channel for a while. Earlier this year, I got asked to be a co-host on the State of Survival podcast, where we talk about survival games. So I'm trying to immerse myself in that world a little bit more and experience a lot more survival games. So I'm kind of taking a break from doing like long playthroughs of long, big IPs and playing a lot of survival games right now. It's a lot of fun. I'm finding things that I enjoy about certain games and things that I don't so much enjoy about survival stuff. So
That's good though, especially if you're doing a podcast, having both to be able to talk about and be ready to kind of go into the whys and the hows. That's what makes podcasting really interesting, is taking like a subject and being able to take kind of a deep dive into it with other like-minded people. So yeah, I miss doing the podcast stuff. So I'm excited that you have the opportunity to do that for video games, because I know that you've been playing them on your channel for a long time. So it's really cool. Okay.
We're working very, very hard. Fighting people's schedules very hard to get
it's
D&D or role playing back on my channel too. But everybody's changing jobs or changing schedules or changing positions. It's rough.
Scheduling is the highest CR monster that you will ever come across. Period. But speaking of monsters, y'all are ready to get into this game?
Yes.
Yeah?
More than.
Let's do this.
It's nice.
Over the exit of the Arrakeen landing field, crudely carved as though with a poor instrument, there was an inscription that Muad'Dib was to repeat many times. The words of the inscription were a plea to those leaving Arrakis, but they fell with a dark import on the eyes of a boy who had just escaped a close brush with death. They said, "O you who know what we suffer here, do not forget us in your prayers." From Manual of Muad'Dib by the Princess Irulan of House Carino. Outworlders claim that spice drives people mad. While melange can create vivid dreams and the gift of the eyes of Ibad, consuming spice is no more maddening than needing air or water. It is simply a part of a Fremen's life. That does not mean that spice does not drive people mad, however. For what is more mad than the extraordinary distances the Outworlders will go to control the flow of every last grain? Arrakeen is a small city by comparison to some. It's focused largely on trade with Outworlders. Fremen, who prefer the more exotic tastes brought here by other peoples, are drawn to its covered streets and assembled residences. It is one of the few places you could remain outdoors on Arrakis for very long without the protection of a stillsuit. It's a bustling place, filled with life. However, the Harkonnens' eradication of House Atreides was not a work of precision. And Arrakeen has paid the steep price of collateral damage. What I would like from each of you is, please, one at a time, whatever order that you wish, each of you please describe a small scene that we see, showcasing the destruction and the suffering that this feud has exacted upon the city of Arrakeen.
And this would be a scene that we see before we got into the battle, or what we're seeing after we finish the battle.
It does not have to be anything that your characters are necessarily involved in, first of all. But I would say that this is post or during the assault.
Okay, as Sahira joins the group, she hears the Gatling gun, what is not something she's used to hearing, and it's followed up by screams and terror. The air is just filled with the irony smell of blood, and there's smoke and spice billowing out from every port and every cylinder around the castle. She's feeling a little torn because she's heard good things about House Atreides, and she has already spent her entire lifetime with a Harkonnen rule trying to wipe out her people. So she's feeling more ragey than usual about the Fremen because now she's seeing it firsthand taking place on a larger scale.
I'm kind of imagine this scene in my head, kind of like the camera showing each of our characters and then showing maybe something that directly or indirectly relates to some part, whether it be like relates to our motivations or relates to our past or our history. So I'm imagining when it shows Rov's face, just before it shows Rov's face for a second, moving down this tunnel, and then it shows this just different shots of the city of just devastation, crumbled buildings, bodies scattered, gore spread across the walls and the ground and the floor. And then it shows an area of where spice is stored, untouched, unmarked, unmarred, perfectly intact, because that's more valuable than anything else in this city at the moment to some people.
I think there is the sound of the fear and the cries of the people of Arrakeen as the Harkonnens start to close in on the remnants of the people who remain, who weren't fighting they just lived there. And maybe they were there already. Maybe some of them were brought with House Atreides to be attendants and um, so on. But to the Harkonnens, they are in the way. Some of them are being mowed down. Some of them are being gathered like cattle, separated by where they're from, what they look like. Are they Fremen? Are they um, people from Caladan or elsewhere? Um, the oppression is in the air as the flames still burn into the dawn.
Um, I think that before the journey through the tunnel, after rescuing the children, I imagine these children still crying, and you can see and hear that these children, they're asking for where their mothers, where their fathers, and in the background as the camera kind of pans around, you can just see that the only light that's coming from anywhere is just the fires of the city. And you just see Tanya trying to calm the children as you and Brooks and they're all trying to plan, and Tanya is just trying to calm these children, trying to tell them that, we will get them out. We will find their parents. She's trying to reassure them. And I think that's when we kind of like move to like a flashback. And all you see are just two bodies on the floor in like a house and a small hand reaching for them. And then we come back and Tanya is holding a couple of the children's hands.
I think for you, we see as we begin to head down the tunnels, you kind of looks back at the carnage that is now the palace, and he is flung back into a memory, but also we watch as the camera like pans through the ports and opens into the main cities. We watch as these as a mentat is being ripped away from one of the family, trying to stay with the family that they've been assigned to, or and clearly the division of people is happening, and the more and more that happens, the more and more aggressively violent as you go through the streets. It starts off as simple division and separation, and then begins to become more brutal as it gets closer and closer to the palace. And then I think what we see is that you also sort of hones into a flashback for himself. And we see this man who has served in House Fenrig, who is now serving in House Atreides, who has watched these young children grow from babes in the sands and watched their growth from dusk till dawn. And I think specifically we look at two faces. One of the son of Atreides, the young man who would be, and then also a young Brooks Landover. Very young, early on, and he's watching as the two faces in a class side by side together, the two of them learning, and him feeling the need to constantly protect them, to protect all of these children of the palace, and then now watching this happen. He watched it happen with House Fenrig and the fall of House Fenrig. He now watches it happen again with the fall of House Atreides. And it's like the rage that has built up in him is as significant as the red sun that we see, like just on the periphery of the horizon as it's going down. The red sun now matches the red embers of the smoldering fires that are outside of the palace.
Nice.
Absolutely. Everybody, please take an XP point. The arrival of the Atreides brought a dynamic shift to Arrakis, and not only among the powerful houses of the Landsraad. Word had already begun to spread among the Fremen fundamentalists about the coming of Paul, the boy who may be Lisan al-Gaib, their Messiah. In the days following the arrival of House Atreides on world, thousands of pilgrims had already undergone the journey to Arrakeen. Arrakeen had become somewhat of a holy destination overnight, at least for those who were the strongest in their beliefs. And so the population of the city had been steadily increasing the entire time in the I think it's like less than 2 weeks or so that House Atreides held the key, as it were. But that now, of course, has moved beyond a simple problem of how do you feed this many people? How do you house this many people? Now that means that the destruction and the devastation that is taking place in this city is far worse than it ever would have been before. And many of the individuals who had traveled all this way to this city had very little to begin with. And now this is going to be a bad situation in a matter of days. Although it's already a pretty terrible situation. So Arrakeen is very quickly becoming a place to not be. That is very much kind of becoming the hint on the air, if you will. To further things, the tensions between the fundamentalists and the non-believers of the Fremen had kind of already reached a tipping point with the arrival of Paul and Jessica, but now, at least, they have a common enemy, at least for the time being, because with the erasure of the Atreides, the Harkonnen have now unleashed Baron Vladimir Beast Raban to begin a quest against the Fremen that he has long wished for. Complete and utter genocide. So, as we have set the stage, the backdrop of what is going on in Arrakeen, what the temperature is like, if you would, I would like someone, anyone, please, to tell me what we see when your group exits the tunnel. Where do you come out? And who's first?
think the two of us spy smugglers were going first.
I was about to say, I believe it's the two of us.
Okay.
I think that where this tunnel exits is hit in a way hidden, like it's maybe hidden in plain sight. Maybe it's disguised as something else, but I think that people were trying to get in here and take refuge from the chaos. And I think the first thing that we see is just more carnage as we step out of this tunnel. We just see maybe not many, but maybe 3, 4, 5 bodies that we can tell were trying to get in whatever they thought this tunnel was. Some type of, maybe thinking it was a sewage pipe or drain pipe of some kind or something, but an escape of some sort is all they saw in the end.
Yeah, you step out of this kind of drain pipe, this drainage space, and you see these little clusters of gathered people nearby, and you honestly you probably smelled them before you saw them. There's no mistaking the smell of burning hair. It's a very particular, like, gross, unsettling kind of smell, and you realize, the source as you exit the drain pipe, and your senses are overwhelmed. Not only is the carnage here very palpable and real, but there is no escaping it. It's every direction you look, and there are multiple times where you have to step over what once was a living person. The level of devastation here is it's difficult to describe to someone. This was very obvious to all of you that it goes beyond being sloppy whenever they were attacking the palace. Like, this was intentional. And at some point, as you are making your way through the streets, what is the conversation that we hear come up? What is the dialogue between your characters? What are you thinking? What is the plan?
So you mentioned at the end of last session a smuggler that we knew about. Can we get a little more information on what we would know about that before we go any farther?
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. I'll put his name in the chat again, just in case. His name is Barakhanat Karama. Roughly translates to the miracle worker of the open canal, which, if asked and if she is willing to share, Sahira could tell you that the open canal in Fremen terminology is the kind of the coming and going of goods, coming and going of trade, not necessarily licit, but you even the two of you that are spice smugglers may even be familiar with this, having had business with Fremen before, I would imagine. Um, he is he's a smuggler prince, so he's kind of an incredibly wealthy individual who's made a name for himself by smuggling things and people in and out of Arrakeen unnoticed. And he's kind of second in on Arrakis only to another prince, a mercantile prince named Esmertuek. Esmertuek he rubs shoulders with the nobility. He's so well off and well connected. Barakanat is a little below that station, if you will.
I think that when Sahira exits the tunnel and looks at the pile of burning people, that she's completely dumbfounded. Like she's almost standing there confused and lost in her mind for a moment, noticing like water rings, and would know that there are Fremen in that pile, and would make some kind of a religious gesture, like Father, Son, Holy Ghost, whatever would be appropriate for the Fremen's beliefs. And I think that would kind of throw her off her game a little bit, and just would kind of backwards stumbly away, kind of turning to see where everyone else is. Because out of character, that turned my stomach.
I think that as we exit the tunnel and we start to see the devastation in the city at large, as this siege has gone on, Brooks is kind of starting to try and rack his brain, like, were we not prepared for this? How do we let this happen? We knew those Harkonnen were dogs. And he's kind of voicing all of this out loud to himself, maybe to the detriment of the party if there's an attempt to be discreet, but and also maybe not conscious of the fact that talking in a tunnel creates a kind of echo, but the kind of embafflement is starting to kind of take over Brooks's mind, and it's kind of all he's thinking about now. Like, they came out of nowhere? Were we not looking for them? Like, we got ambushed.
I think you responds to you when you say this. And he just very gracefully says, "Son, sometimes war is something you cannot predict. We knew they were coming. We can always predict that they will try. How they try is something you cannot sway. I cannot predict how they will show their faces. I can predict how they'll come and storm. But what I can predict is how to protect those of this house. That's all I can do. That's all you can do. And you should not, in any way, take this as a personal loss, son. It is not your fault that they stormed.
What else am I supposed to take it as? We lost. Atreides is gone. Look
Yes,
around you.
I know what I could see it. I know it's gone. But you, and he points to your chest and like pushes on, you are alive. These children, they're alive, aren't they? They're alive. We are alive. And as long as we are alive, then House Atreides will not die. Do you understand me?
I think that Brooks is too. There's a part of Brooks that does understand, but there's a kind of a frustration that's just boiling over in him, and all he can do is turn around kind of sharply and just.
Young son. You are young, and this is the first time you have seen such level of devastation. The Harkonnen are dogs. They come to devour whatever meat they so choose. We are merely a bone on the end. Do you understand? We are meant to be a pillar here in the sand, a moment of grace for them. They want nothing but to reap the meat from our bones. And yes, am I as disappointed in this as you are? Sure, absolutely. But it does not stop the sands from moving, which means you must move your feet as much as you move your heart, and you keep going. To put your head in the sand only makes you near to a beetle, to a sandworm. Is that what you want to be, Brooks?
Brooks doesn't have any words right now. His head is just down.
You see that you sort of I'm sorry. I know this is hard for all of us. He like looks around to all of you, and he puts a hand on your shoulder. We'll get through this together. Don't worry. Revenge is something that a mentat is told we are not allowed to feel. In fact, we are not allowed to have emotions affect our logic. And I have been very good at trying to do so for quite a while. Today is one of those days that, well, damn it, I think I'm allowed to not think with logic for once in my fucking life. Aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a kind of anger behind Brooks's eyes. Maybe the fire from the city burning is reflected in his pupils. Just kind of looking at it. I'm gonna kill those Harkonnen dogs. Every last one. That is how I will bring glory.
All of you, I would like an instinct roll, please. I think this is a singular die, with the exception of Rav. Rav, I think you would probably have 2 dice in this situation.
8-sided.
Yes, 8-sided.
Passed.
6.
Good. I got a 1.
What is your knowledge versus instinct, Michelle?
3.
Okay.
3 for knowledge. Sorry, just 3.
Yeah. Okay. So that's okay. So that is a fail, not a pass.
So you want to be higher if you have a low, like if you have closer to your knowledge, you want to have a higher number when you roll, right?
So if you're rolling for instinct, then you're always looking for under your number. If you're rolling for knowledge, then you're always looking for above your number.
Gotcha. Since I picked more knowledge, that means my instinct is naturally lower.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. They counteract one another.
So
I failed.
So if I got an 8 and my knowledge is at a 3, right? So
that's
my knowledge is a fail?
Yeah. So because you are so heavy in knowledge, your instinct is less, you rely on it less often. So it's going to be more difficult to pass a roll based on your instinct than it is for your knowledge.
Oh, okay.
Because
so
you have set the sliders right.
I would have to get like a 1 or a 2
exactly.
to pass.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, did anybody roll their number? Like dead on?
I got 1 success and 1 failure.
Okay. So it sounds like what did you get, Sarah?
I got a success.
Success. Okay, so
I maxed out on instinct and I rolled a 1.
Well, there you go. All right. So Tanea, Rav, and Brooks, the 3 of you notice towards the tail end of Yu's admonishment speech, you've started noticing movement kind of happening all around you. It's nothing that you can kind of really pinpoint. Like you kind of see something kind of move, you turn that direction and you don't see anything. But it's happened enough times that you're kind of started to realize that it's not just your imagination taking hold. That something or someone is moving around you.
I think that Rav would probably look first to see if he sees any indication that everyone or who all noticed, and then would probably let anybody that didn't notice, or just in general, if he thinks someone didn't notice, just kind of try to give them a signal that he sees movement around, and then he's going to probably try to slip even more into the shadows and see if he can maybe start to pinpoint where this is coming from and potentially get around the other side of it so that he can see what's going on.
Okay. Yeah, I imagine because we established that that Rav and Tanya have like worked together before, right? And that they kind of maybe even like came to Arakeen together. Maybe part of like a larger collective or whatever, larger crew of smugglers or whatnot. So yeah, I imagine that you can kind of like very quickly signal at the very least to her that something's up, and you kind of start looking for a place to kind of melt into the shadows a bit more if you can. It's not as difficult because the firelight is so strong and it casts really long, deep shadows, but the sun is starting to rise, and you know that that's not going to be the case for a lot longer. Pretty soon you realize that it's definitely multiple individuals, and they almost kind of appear almost out of nowhere, like just out of the smoke. Out of the darkened recesses of the buildings and things like that. Very quickly, you all realize that these are Fremen, and all of them have their hands like on the hilt of their crysknives, whether at the small of their back or across their chest or down their thigh. All of them are definitely ready to draw their blade. They wear, the head wrappings that are pulled up, partially to conceal their identity, but also likely against the smell and the smoke that is so prevalent here in the city. One of them in particular kind of steps forward and lowers his facial scarf, his facial covering, and he says, "You are Outworlders, at least most of you." He kind of looks a little in the direction of Sahira. "You fight with the Harkonnens?" And he kind of takes like two big, bold steps forward.
No, absolutely not with the Harkonnens. In fact, we were saving the children from the Harkonnens. I would call these people friend, not foe. And she would kind of hold her arm out as if somehow it was protecting them.
He kind of scowls at you, and he looks to the children, and in Fremen, he asks, "Is there truth in this? Have they rescued you?" The children kind of timidly look around at Tanya and Hira. They nod. The one that reminded you of Paul steps forward and says, "They saved our lives. They're the only reason we escaped the palace." This man kind of eases a little. "You came from the palace?"
Yes, we did.
There is a way inside? A secret way?
It's a tunnel right behind us. I thought they were built by Fremen. You're unaware?
I had heard that there was such a tunnel, but not where it was. I am new to Arrakeen. Have you seen the one they call Paul?
No.
The Duke's son.
As soon as we came in, we saw the children trying to be taken away, and that was our first priority.
What do you want with Paul?
My thoughts exactly.
You can see Brooks's posture. He was kind of reserved, and now his hands are on his hilts as well. He's kind of stanced up a little.
You know this, Paul?
He's the son of my Duke.
And his mother? The Bene Gesserit?
Yes, familiar with both. But why do you ask?
Do they live?
Jeremy,
Mm-hmm.
would I know if they were protected during the skirmish?
No.
No.
I don't think that there's any reason to think that they would have escaped harm at all, knowing that they were the prime targets of the Harkonnen, and if the indirect targets of the Harkonnen suffered this much,
Yeah.
I don't know that there would be a lot of hope in Yu's mind.
He looks to the man. The percentage of survival at the start of the skirmish was significant enough, but based on what you see before you now, the chances of their survival were minuscule at best.
He kind of looks to the others who have kind of surrounded you, the various different like alleyways and exits from this kind of area where you found yourself, and they all kind of relax a little more. And this individual who's been kind of trading words with you says, "And what about the one they called the Beast? Raban. Have you seen him?" You muted.
Rest assured
Okay.
that if... Right?
You're good.
We
You're
did
good.
not yet,
Yep.
right? Yeah. Not yet. But rest assured, if we did, he would not have survived the skirmish.
Very well. We will not drain your water here. You can go. And he kind of like nods to one of the others, who kind of like moves aside, to allow a path out of this little area here. And
I
you?
think as we start to kind of accept the leave, Brooks will kind of say in passing, if you aim to go into the palace, I don't think you'll make it out of there, especially now. We barely did. It's all lost. You should get out of the city.
Kind of nods. I am ready to meet the Maker, if that is what you are insinuating. If it is my time, then I will die. But rest assured, if that is my fate, then the moments that lead to it will make it all worthwhile.
I think as Rav is leaving after this is said, Rav locks eyes with this person and just says, "Don't be seen. The Harkonnen's eyes are not as sharp as they should be." And turns a corner and maybe can't be seen by the rest of the group. Even though he hasn't gone very far, but I imagine these Fremen still see where he's trying to conceal himself.
Yeah, you get the sense that they were probably watching you before you realized that they were like surrounding you.
Are they going into the tunnel that we just came out of?
As of right now, they've basically just backed off to let you pass.
This pass.
But it definitely kind of seems like that's what they intend.
Are the children staying with them?
That has not been discussed. Is that
Do
the
the
case?
children act like they want to go with them, or do they feel more comfortable with us?
They don't seem keen on the idea of going back into the castle.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Because in my imagination, there were more the
Mhm.
Emperor's guards getting off and loading into the castle as we were leaving.
Yeah, it's definitely not a it doesn't seem like a tenable fight. This seems a little foolhardy to those who are not as zealous as these individuals seem to be.
Yeah, Sahir is finding concern in that she wants to address him again. Like, what? How is it that you know about Paul and Jessica and Raban? I didn't know those names until they came out of your mouth.
Rumor has spread quickly of the Outworlder and his mother. You do not know the beliefs of Lisan al-Galib?
Oh, you're from the South. No, I don't believe.
He scoffs at you. That explains why you are keeping the company you have.
And what does Raban have to do with your Messiah?
Raban is responsible for what you see here. All of this. He kind of gestures to the dead bodies and the broken rubble. He dislikes Fremen, both north and south. I plan to spill his water before I die.
Well, die you shall if you go that way. I would find something a little more thoughtful to get in there. You don't have enough people with you. So you're just spilling your water for nothing. You shouldn't waste it.
He looks to you and he looks to the children. Get them out of Arrakis. You worry about their water. He kind of makes a noise, somewhat between like a chirp and like a whistle, kind of low and throaty, and the rest of the individuals kind of turn and very quickly, very deftly, kind of move with agility towards the entrance to the tunnel. They start kind of like ducking into the darkness, and this individual kind of stops for a second, kind of looks over his shoulder at the rest of you, and then turns and faces in the direction the rest of his people have gone and ducks into the tunnel and disappears.
I think I think our first, unless anybody objects, I think our first order of business at this point is to find a quote unquote safe area to discuss where we're going to take the children. Because I can't imagine we're just getting them out of the city and being like, here you go run off into the desert. Good luck.
Yeah, no, I was gonna suggest that as well. Like, we need to get somewhere to figure out what we're gonna do with them.
All right, y'all tell me what is the place that you find?
Are all the buildings on fire here, or the castle is on fire?
Not all of them. The palace
Maybe a
is
smattering.
Yeah, I mean it's widespread. So, there is no like block that doesn't have a destroyed building or building that's on fire, but you can certainly find individual buildings that are not consumed, at least as of yet. And again, like the fires also don't spread here like crazy because there's just simply not
Everything's
that
dry.
much. Right, everything
Yeah.
is made out of like adobe, or
Yeah.
concrete, rock type material.
I feel like Brooks would look to you to cite a not you to the voice in our heads, but to you. There's no way to say it without it sounding like. Anyway,
I know I made it difficult for all of you. I'm so sorry.
No, I for one love wordplay and tricky pronunciations and situations that create all sorts of hijinks. So I thank you for it. But anyway, I think that Brooks will look to you and kind of rely on his computer brain to kind of see if he can pull up an area of the city that probably has the least likelihood of being an important military target or a important maybe not a Fremen quarter of the city, maybe somewhere that I think that the Harkonnen invading forces would be least likely to assault
Somewhere they would overlook,
directly.
maybe because they're not.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I'm
so we can
100%
kind of
behind that.
gather there and kind of regroup, so to speak.
I'm 100% behind that.
Okay.
So I think there's a moment where Brooks has now like requested this of you, and you see that on the end of in front of his garb, he has that necklace of spice, and he like will open it and then just he'll take a deep breath in, and his eyes, while deep blue, will roll into the back of his head for a moment, and he'll kind of go into a trance state to try to find and calculate out what and where would be the safest space for them to go. And Jeremy, what would you like for me to do in order to calculate that, I suppose?
Well, this certainly sounds like a knowledge roll. So you're going to be rolling above, you're looking for numbers above your number. Results above your number, I guess I should say. So you'll definitely have a single die. Again, this is what a Mentat does. Definitely a second die. And actually, I think that this is the kind of information that very likely has been like recently gone over in your mind because of the changing of the guard, so to speak. You know, studying like the coming and going of the city and all that kind of stuff would probably be something that you would have been researching recently. So I think 3 dice in this situation makes perfect sense.
Okay. I got 2 out of the 3, but you know what? Can I use one of my experience points to then re-roll one of those?
So yeah, you.
Or would I need to roll
you,
all 3?
No. Whenever you spend an XP point, you can spend as many as you wish on a single roll. It counts as 2 automatic successes.
Well, then shoot, I won't even need to roll for it. Then I'll just. I already got 2 successes, but I'll spend 1 to make sure it's a 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a 4 will give you the critical success.
Yep.
So
Sounds good.
you have an extra effect, if you will. So let's see. So not only are you aware of a place that is somewhat isolated, that doesn't seem like it would really be targeted by the Harkonnen and stuff. I know exactly what it is. Okay, so when the Harkonnen ruled Arrakis, they did so from an entirely different city. Arrakeen was actually the home city of House Fenring, which makes sense as to why maybe you are knowledgeable about a place that you don't even think the Harkonnen necessarily know about. So I think maybe it is a... Oh, okay, perfect. It is actually a hidden marketplace, like a black market, if you will, that trades largely in water. There's a lot of like water sellers that do their business from this particular place, and it's all kind of kept under the noses of the Harkonnen.
I think his eyes kind of roll back into place after a moment. The Oasis. The Oasis. Hey. House Fenrig had an oasis market, so-called for the water that we ran. But most, if not all, the Harkonnen wouldn't know anything about that. So we can go to the oasis, and that'll be a decent enough holdout for them. They'll never come hunting there. They don't even know it exists. At least on the Atreides maps. I could lead you there, and we can plan from that.
I don't see any better plan. Lead the way then.
Good.
Sahira would turn to the children and tell them, Fremen children are warriors just like the adults. So be strong and let's go get out of danger. Follow you.
Yeah, I don't think there's any resistance from them at all. They just nod and turn and follow. They let you lead the way.
Yep. So
you.
Yep. So this old Merlin just starts leading the way through these almost like it's almost like a labyrinth, a catacomb of buildings, avoiding the buildings that are currently being assaulted, raided, like trying to stay low, out of the way. Any Harkonnen that could even be in the nearby vicinity, like you is making sure to completely divert around. So like maybe the camera sees like a couple further up and away from us getting into melee range, but like if we even start seeing Harkonnen, immediately you will know to take a diversion and detour to another street, and it's easy enough for him to remember how to exactly get to the oasis space.
Okay. So you make your way as best you can towards this place that's called the Oasis, also kind of known as the House of the Water Sellers. The way is changed. There's a lot of landmarks that you probably would have used once upon a time that you can still kind of use as a landmark, but when you come across it, you realize that the las guns from the Harkonnen airborne ships have literally cut this landmark and the building behind it kind of in a third of what it used to be, or the building that you had used as a particular landmark for a turn here or there has been reduced to just ash and rubble by I'm sure you remember in the movie, like when the Harkonnen airships kind of like launched that incredible barrage of missiles that just basically fell straight downward.
The siege.
Yes. It's just it takes a little longer than you would have thought to finally make your way there. But when you do, anyone, how is this place hidden? What is the entrance point to this, and why is it that the Harkonnen would not be aware of this place?
So I think I know exactly how, because the entry to the black market, the entry to the oasis, on the floor of this building, the floor looks flooded, right? So inside this marketplace, the floor looks flooded, as if there's no reason for anything to be here. You watch as you steps into the marketplace, and you see nothing but like black water that has this eerie, like reddish, pinkish hue that kind of like has come into the building from the the sunset coming down. So it's got like this almost blood look to it. As he begins to step into it, you see his ankles kind of go into the water. He's wading around in the water, and he's doing basically a sand walk. You watch as he starts his steps, and it's almost as if he is doing the same stances as someone who has had to learn to sand walk. And then after a couple of moments, you hear the back of his heel. He's now standing in the middle of this room, and you hear the back of his heel click on the bottom of a stone. The water then in the center of the room begins to drain down through the floor, and then the opening is actually a staircase that goes down further into the black market portion of this building. It is constant, like you watch as the water recedes almost like an aqueduct, so it will refill when the lot goes back, but for right now it's now empty and dry.
For those of you who were watching you do this, I imagine for Brooks, it just kind of looks like he's walking strange, like he's walking weird for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you doing,
But
old man?
Right. But for the other three of you, I would imagine that you recognize it for what it is, this sandwalk. I'm curious as to kind of what the general reaction is, because again, he's dressed like as a person from a noble house.
I'm fairly certain that Sahir would be completely taken aback by him knowing it more than the fact that there's water, because her first instinct would be, holy cow, who is wasting this much water? Until she sees, okay, wait, this is brackish, it's dark, it's reflecting the moon. That's not safe water. That's not drinking water. What in the hell is happening?
I think Tanya would kind of nudge Rav, be like, I knew I liked this old man.
And I think Rav responds with a smile and turns and says, I knew this was real. Because I think we've heard about this oasis before with our smuggling, but I think it was all legends and myths and stories. I don't think we knew it was actually here. And I think that's Rav's reaction, more than worrying about where, why, or how you knows a sandwalk or the sandwalk. He's more worried about that he finally knows that this oasis exists for sure.
Is there a reaction from Brooks at all?
Yes, I
This
think
old
that
man? Yeah.
Brooks is looking at kind of like there's that moment where something happens in front of a group of people, and the first instinct is to like, are you guys seeing this? And as he realizes that he's the only one doing that, and everyone else is like fascinated by this, he's just like, what is happening? What are you doing? And then I feel like that's literally right before there's the click and
Right,
things
yeah.
start to drain,
Yeah.
and he's just like, it's that Nathan Fillion gif where he's just like, and he's just kind of like shaking his head, like, I don't know what I expected.
He comes back to you, Brooks, and he like obviously is now gesturing to the children, gesturing to the others to go down, but he like looks to you, Brooks, and like goes, I have had 2 generations to learn things that you have not even had an opportunity to learn yet. But perhaps this tragedy will be a learning lesson for you. If you want to learn how to sandwalk, we can teach you.
Sandwalk? Was that was water. You mean water walk?
No.
I think I'm lost. He just
Yes,
kind of
it
like
was.
he goes down the stairs with everyone else, like,
It was in water, but children. And he'll follow after everyone, and kind of like, then when he gets down there, he'll kind of lead them through everything. And I imagine that inside the Oasis space, you see this like what was once the bustling black market of water. You see all these massive jugs of retained water, and like very similar to I want to say very similar to how in Dune 2 there was like a small lake, almost, if I'm remembering correctly, right? There was like that lake, or that
the reservoir of all the dead people's water.
The reservoir of water. It's very, very similar down here. There is like a channel that has similar aspects to it. And you see things like that, but I don't know if anybody else is down here currently, but perhaps so, but hopefully
it's interesting that you say that, because you're absolutely right. There is like a cistern down here, and to those from outside of the Fremen ways would probably see it as being pretty much the same thing. But I think that most Fremen would instantly be able to recognize that this is not a reservoir in the same way that we would see it like Siege Tabor. That this is more, this is a cistern, like this is a storage for drinking water. Like this is a different purpose, and whether it's the construction of the particular area itself or the markings that kind of denote, that, I'll leave that up to you. But I think that the Fremen would definitely be able to tell that this is not a sacred place in that way. But you are not alone down here. Almost instantly after you have kind of gone down this staircase that you had described, Chad, you kind of like pass through a small tunnel that you can tell stays underwater most of the time. Like the stone here is slick, is covered with like small plant life, like algae and things of that nature. And there's another staircase that kind of reciprocates and returns you back up out of where the level of the water would rise once this fills back in. And as you kind of come up, you find yourself in the space that has a lot of greenery, the most greenery that any of you have seen since arriving in Arrakis. For Sahira, this is overwhelmingly green.
Shocking.
Yes, shocking. It's very strange. And it's very cool in this room, and there's a lot of like vapor, like water vapor, just in the air. It's very humid in this room. And there is an individual who seems to maybe have been drawn to the sound of this entrance being activated, if you will. You see another Fremen individual who is kind of standing, waiting to see who comes up out of this other staircase. And when you do, he kind of steps forward and crosses his arms kind of across his chest. Who is the first out of the staircase? Is it you? An ended question.
No, I went last, so I would be down. I would
Okay.
be coming down last.
All right, then who is first?
We can say that Tanya is first,
Okay.
just for like scouting purposes.
So this Fremen has kind of like crossed your path and like folded his arms over his chest and is kind of looking at you. Who are you?
I think she there's a little bit of wide eye before she takes a more defensive stance, and her one arm kind of goes to the side and kind of behind her like this, just to kind of make sure the children don't come running up. She's like, we're just trying to get out of here.
You have just come into this place, but now you are trying to find a way out. You should turn around and go back the way you came.
We will. We just needed to stop. We have those who are trying to escape that need a break.
You have children with you? Kind of like looks past you.
Yes.
Shakes his head, kind of. Very well. You may come in.
Thank you.
He kind of stands aside. Doesn't remove his arms from across his chest. Kind of scowls as you walk past.
And she kind of adjusts herself before funneling the children in.
I think whenever Brooks approaches, especially because he's before you, this Fremen kind of like steps forward and like puts his arm like across your chest, Brooks, like to stop you. He kind of nods a chin towards whatever like emblem that you wear, like whatever part of your uniform like has the iconography of House Atreides. And he says, "Who is your lord?"
Leto. House Atreides.
House Atreides is the enemy of House Harkonnen?
I'm the enemy of House Harkonnen.
He kind of shakes his head, somewhat approving. Then you can come in as well. And he'll kind of release his arm from you and stand aside again.
I think that Brooks has a moment of hesitation, like he didn't really like that, but either way, he'll acquiesce and kind of move into the room.
Feel like when Sahira enters the room, as if she hadn't already been overwhelmed enough with the people on fire and the war and everything that's happening, but to see all of this greenery everywhere, I feel like she would walk up to something a little bit larger and leafy and just like touch it and run her hands on it like, like it was valuable as gold. And tears are starting to form in her eyes, and maybe inside she's rethinking this whole Madib, is it could be the prophet, because she's never seen anything like that, and these are the promises that Madib is supposed to bring water and life and the green back to this planet. So now she is completely thrown over emotional loop, just standing here touching the greenery. Everybody else would think, what the hell is wrong with her? But that's where Sahira's head is right now.
I think Brooks is definitely thinking, what the hell is wrong with her? As he's like watching this Fremen obsess over plants. Brooks has not
It's just salad.
really Brooks has not really immersed himself in the local culture during the short time that he's been on the surface of Arrakis.
I think maybe this Fremen kind of wanders over to where Sahira is, and he says, "You see, don't you?"
I do. I didn't believe. Are there more places like this? How do you? This is amazing, and I've doubted my entire life.
He
And tears.
shakes his head, and he says, "I am told that there are hundreds, thousands, of such places.
This could change everything.
A green paradise."
It's what we deserve.
As it is written.
As it is written. She dry her eyes and turn and see how the children are reacting to this, which I'm going to assume is fairly similar to how she is.
Yeah, very much. I imagine that there's very little difference in the way that the children and Sahira are reacting to this place. It's this very kind of unapologetic and unchecked like awe. It completely and totally removes, strips away all manner of decorum. They likewise are reaching out and touching each of these plants and like remarking at the color and how vibrant it is and how much of it there is. And again, like for Brooks, there's not really that much. Like, this is a small, space, and most of these plants are very kind of puny. But
it's probably the worst garden I've ever visited.
Yeah, 110, not recommended.
0 out of 10,
Oasis
no stars.
Yelp review is not going to go well.
Needs more ranch.
So yeah, you have found a place, at least for the time being, it seems, that is free from the crushing grip of Beast Raban and the Harkonnen. You said you wanted to discuss what was next for your group.
Yep. I think that there's a moment with the young gentleman in the room where you kind of comes down and extends a hand. I want to express My apologies for revealing this secret, but it was most needed. So I thank you for your hospitality.
I think, I think you. This is probably not the first time that you've been here. Like we established
No,
that
it's
you knew
probably
where
not.
this
No.
was, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I think maybe you even know this man.
Yeah.
You know that his name is Makbarak Kala, and I will put that in our chat. Makbarak Kala, which
What would
translates
he?
roughly to graveyard spirit.
Mark, it is good to see you, young man. Tending to the garden, I see. There always has to be a groundskeeper.
I would rather be out there fighting.
I know. And at some point, you will. We all will. But we can't
Chris Knife
go.
thirsts, and I stay here squandering. He kind of like stops himself.
The only path to victory is a calculated choice. If you do so with rash or unintentional behavior, you end up causing chaos for the rest of the desert around you. And you have served so well, my boy. You have. To hide this place, to keep this oasis. Just as you said, many are out there. It will come a time where the Harkonnen will try to take them. They're trying now. But when the time comes and your blade is ready, it will be called Tade. I'm proud to see you here. Kind of like pats at the young man's chest. And then looks to the others. And I think he'll take a seat somewhere. If there's like a seat or a chair, something within this marketplace.
Definitely, at least some kind of like benches or something like that where you could sit. Absolutely.
He'll take a seat. I imagine that the children are just playing in this space at this point, trying to just have some sort of joy in the midst of chaos. So, how do we wish to proceed? The Maudib, the one who shall become, if he is lost, well then, how do we begin to bring hope back to the sands?
I think Rav looks to the children for a second. And maybe a memory passes through his eyes. And he looks back to you and he says, "That's hope." And nods to the children. And, at that moment, one of them runs by laughing at something another one's done, or, seeing a little bit of that joy through this chaos. We don't know the whereabouts or the status of the Maudib, what could be. But for the moment, our task is to protect these children. if that means leaving them here with your friend, and he nods to the gentleman that was here, that task is done, and we discuss our next step. If not, we have to figure out where we're taking these children.
Mark, do you have any reservations in holding on to these children while we tend to business?
He kind of like inclines his head like, what do you think?
Fair enough. No, I figured I would ask. But
if
clearly,
if they need some place safe to stay for a time, then I suppose that I can watch them. There is a water seller who will be here soon to pick these up, and he kind of gestures to the containers you were talking about earlier that are kind of like set in a row, like against like a wall. They thought it was best perhaps to move their stock before things in Arrakis get worse. So, while the children can stay here for some time, it may not be safe for them either.
Understand. We'll make it quick. Any suggestions where we take them after?
He kind of thinks for a moment. The water seller who is coming. They work closely with Barakanat Karama. This water seller owes a favor to me. I suppose maybe I could ask the miracle worker of the open canal if he can smuggle the children out of the city.
See that you smile, like the grin crosses his face. That is why I like you, Buck. You are smart as you are strong. So, very well. Ask your favor. Move the children. And I will call upon you when blades are needed.
He kind of straightens up a little. That's a promise I will hold you to, old man.
Of course you will. He looks to the rest of you. What are your thoughts? What do you plan to do once we strive forward into Harkonnen forces?
Like Sahira, with her hands still on the wall, she would be very confused. Like, I don't know if it's better to try to save people or better to try to end the Harkonnens. How do you choose between those two? Because both seem like a righteous thing to do.
How do you choose between saving those you love or killing those who would kill those you love? Very difficult conversation. However, if you kill the people who will ultimately kill the ones you love, there will be no more killing of the ones you love. Mathematically, that makes sense to me.
Well, then that gets my vote. I have no problem killing Harkonnen.
You know, it doesn't make any mathematical sense. There's
Actually,
about
no.
5 of us, thousands of them.
Mm-hmm.
What can we do? Once we find this beast, cut his head off. I doubt that'll be easy.
No. Which means we would need to enlist help from the Fremen or from any of the other houses who are still standing and available.
To throw this on the pile, I think this is something that Tanya and Rav would also be aware of. The spice smugglers had actually been allowed to continue mining in the deep desert whenever House Atreides kind of took over in exchange for a cut of the profits. This was kind of an arrangement that Duke Leto had signed, kind of under the table, as kind of a way to keep peace, but not completely disrupt spice production. However, prior to House Atreides' arrival, you would know that House Harkonnen would never allow such a thing. And likely, now that they have seized control, it's probably going to revert to being the case. The Baron is infamously fiercely jealous of his melange, and you know that things are going to get really tough for the spice smugglers. So if you're looking for people who dislike Harkonnen, the spice smugglers are probably a pretty ready source.
So he kind of looks to Rav and Tanya. You two seem like you have exceptional experience. What about your trade? Who might be able to be a sand sword in the desert?
Seems to me that we may have what we need here in this group to unite every side against the Harkonnen. We've got spice traders, and he looks to Tanya. We've got those of House Atreides, and he looks to the two of you, and then we've got a Fremen, and he looks to Sahira.
By the way, I can make bombs. I'm an engineer. That's what I specialize in.
I was about to ask who has or can get their hands on explosives, because I know at least two of us can probably go around and start planting some.
Magnetic ones, in fact.
Ooh, very nice.
Hashtag my favorite part of the second movie.
I think that brings a smile to Rob's face, and he just continues and just says, I don't think we'll have trouble finding help to fight the Harkonnens between all of us.
Makbarak Allah kind of pipes up. He says, if you are looking to strike the Harkonnen, it's probably best for a small group such as yourselves to hit them where it really counts.
Hit the spice and bring them to us.
It's going to be difficult to fight here in Arrakis. There's too many of them already. Likely only going to increase. But outside the shield wall, in the deep desert, one can stay hidden, especially from the stupid Harkonnen. You can hit them fast, disappear before they have reinforcements.
Very well. He kind of looks to the whole group, and like I imagine the music crescendos, like almost like an Avengers Assemble team up kind of situation. And it sounds like we have our heading. So probability of success is expanding exponentially as we go. So as long as everything comes to pass, I don't see why we can't destroy those Harkonnen dogs from the inside.
Just to be clear, we're not actually going to hit the spice, correct? We're just going to make it seem as though we're hitting the spice. I would prefer not to destroy my business.
No, we don't intend to actually destroy it. Merely causing enough of a distraction for them to be drawn to it. Like, Jeremy, I'm not 100% sure if Dune has these, but I'm just going to say, like, moths to a flame, right? Like, I imagine that there are moths, and
Well, you knows enough about other planets and stuff that would not be an idiom that he was, unfamiliar with.
Yeah. They'll be drawn to it like moths to a flame. And they will come with their suits, and we will show them what the true power of spice is. You mark my words.
Like sandworms to vibrations.
Yes, you're right. Sandworms to vibrations.
Just at that moment, we hear the sound of the water from the entrance draining, and we hear boot falls coming down that passageway that leads to the oasis. And this is when we're going to take our 10-minute break. So,
Monster.
That's mean.
Yeah. Go to.
I love you.
Yeah, we're gonna head to the bathroom, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. Yeah, I'm super duper pleased with where this is at and where things are headed. So, very eager to get to the second part of part 2, and then we'll see.
So
what
you're
afterwards.
saying
The prequel to part 3?
It's a 5 shot now, right?
No.
You're saying it's a 5 shot.
I am
That's
not
what I'm hearing.
saying.
All he did was say no to the 5. We haven't
Bare
talked about
minimum.
the 91. We haven't talked about the 91 part
The
series.
91.
Not wrong.
We're good.
We will be right back after 9.1 minutes. And
There
we'll
you
get to
go.
we'll get to the second part of what we got planned tonight. Sit tight. We'll be right
Mark
back.
your stopwatches.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to part 2 of part 2. That make it part 4? I don't think so. I don't think it works that way. But we're back all the same, and we're playing some Coin and Courage, kind of overhauled to work for Dune. This Dune, the Winds of War. We find ourselves in a somewhat tucked away corner of Arrakis, immediately on the heels of the overnight assault by the Harkonnen. And in particular, the place we find ourselves now is called the Oasis. And our small little motley crew has found this as a somewhat safe haven to tuck away in and hide for the time being. But it sounds like the plans are cause a little bit of mayhem. So, in this green space, this kind of underground house of the water cellars, we have now heard the entrance activate again, the sound of the water draining away, and footsteps now coming down the tunnel, the small little walkway that you had used to get into this space. Uh-oh, what are we doing? Oh, people swap places.
I've never felt
You're
more alive than now.
Zach
Shake
was
up.
trying to steal Chad's XP points. That's what's happened.
It's
They
like
just threw me under the
On my
bus.
sheet, it says I have
tired of
like
this.
8 now. It's crazy.
Sneaky bastards.
Listen, I was about to play the whole game as Shahar. I was about to be like, Zach, you take over, man. You
There
take
was gonna
over.
be a point where I was like, "How do I live up to that?"
We'll just play the whole game as each other's characters for the rest of the game. It may end up being a completely new game, right? Completely.
That could be fun.
It'll be
That's how much
wild.
attention I was
Switch
paying.
characters every 10 minutes and go.
Dude, I would play a game like that though. Like that would be
Oh.
ultimate.
Dude, that would be
Ultimate
amazing.
musical
Shut the
What
fuck
a
up.
game idea! Holy
Ev-
crap!
That
Every
sounds like a
10 minutes.
theater
Every
exercise.
10 minutes, we switch character sheets.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh!
You have to switch character sheets with, so everybody has to know each other's character sheets, but like we get to swap and swap and swap every 10 minutes. It was
That's
So-
wild.
beautiful.
Wild.
Not-
Tune in
work,
next
Jeremy.
Friday for
Not, yeah,
Yeah.
Not,
switcheroo.
not exactly the same thing, but I had a trap one time in a game that literally, whenever it triggered, it was everybody had to pass their character sheet to the left,
Nice.
and they had to
Yes.
play the however long it was before they got out of that room. That way, but yes, like I said, it sounds like very much like a theater exercise. Like, okay, shotgun, boom, now you're somebody else. That would be interesting. Okay, speaking of interesting, I think everybody's back in their places, and
Yep, I'm me.
everybody's back to being themselves.
Feel younger and dumber now.
So we find ourselves again in this kind of this green space, this underground black market for water cellars. We now hear the approach of someone coming, and you can see that Makbarakala has also noticed this and has moved back towards the entrance again, kind of somewhat on the alert, if you will. Is anybody saying or doing anything before the imminent arrival?
I think that Sahira would pull a little piece of cloth off of her scarf and very carefully take one of the plants and roots out of the wall, wrap it, dip it in the water that's in there, and put it inside one of the pockets of her stealth suit.
I think that hearing the footsteps and knowing the situation that the city is in right now, Brooks's instinct is to draw his swords and activate his Holtzman shield, which comes to life with a zap, and ready a stance to defend against a would-be attacker. We don't know who's coming down the stairs, but a lot going on right now, and Brooks is on edge.
Anybody else? No.
I think Rob is on the defensive. I don't think he's like full-fledged pulling weapons or anything, but I think he realizes that this could be a friendly based on where we're at, but at the same time, based on what's happening on the outside, it could probably just as likely be an enemy.
Excellent.
You will put a hand to like his, I'm gonna call it a bandolier for the sake of things, but it's just the tucked pockets of blades that he's got there. He's gonna put a hand on a couple of the blades across his chest and wait to see who comes down. He does not get up from the chair though. Like absolutely old grandpa in a western. Like pull the blades, show the blades, but don't move. Don't get out of this chair. I don't want to expend any extra energy that I don't have to.
Okay. I think we might even like see a similar shot to the one from the first new movie where it's got like the darkened opening and the camera just stays on it and you keep expecting to see someone and you don't, and you keep expecting to see someone and you don't, and then finally you see a shape starting to emerge from the darkened hallway. You can see it's a group of individuals, and they appear to be every bit as on alert as your group is. Hands kind of near weapons, but you can see by the way that they are dressed and the way that they are outfitted that these appear to be Fremen, although they appear to be like city-dwelling Fremen. They definitely seem to be at home here in Arrakeen. The most prominent of the group is of a woman who moves forward and kind of steps towards Makbarakala, and she has kind of a stern countenance about her, but she is dressed very well for a Fremen, and she kind of, like I said, closes the distance and touches foreheads with Makbarakala, and in Fremen, she says, she mutters the prayer. She says, "Bless the Maker and his water," and he joins. "Bless the coming and going of him. May his passage cleanse the world. May he keep the world for his people." They kind of speak in unison together. "It's good to see you," she says. And then she kind of turns to look at the rest of you. She kind of raises an eyebrow. "Are you in the market for some water?"
I think there's a lowering of the guard from Brooks. Definitely not the Harkonnen troop that he was dreading. And so I think he will just kind of change his we'll kind of relax a little bit and turn off his shield. And just kind of look to everyone else and just no.
I think Sahira would look at her and ask, how is it that you're unscathed? Is the war not reaching you here?
She shakes her head. I was not in the city last night. I only arrived this morning. What has happened here is... She just kind of falls short and just shakes her head. Beyond imagination. And all of you, you are a clan? She kind of
No.
questions Sahira.
We kind of stumbled across one another. We're coming to help House Atreides and my brethren here, and we saw these children under attack with one Sardaukar trying to protect them. And I think that saving those children and getting them down here has bonded us in a way.
She nods. Well, she kind of motions to the other Fremen that are kind of with her, who instantly move past her and start kind of grabbing these containers of water and kind of hefting them, packing them up kind of onto their shoulders and their backs. I imagine instead of it being more like a hard like vessel, like a vase or something like that, they're more like water skins. They're just large, like 5-gallon, 6-gallon water skins. And each one of these Fremen loads up like 3 or 4 of these things, easily, like, what would it be, like 20 pounds or more of water. She kind of looks to all of you and says, well, if water is not the business you currently find yourselves in, then I think our dealings are done here. I do not wish to stay very long in the city, and if you will excuse me, they kind of continue to gather these things up, and she's already starting to kind of like turn around on her heels.
Wait.
Yeah. Hold on a second, please.
Mm-hmm. She says
She
it,
would-
she kind of stops.
She would gesture to you.
You are well armed and well equipped.
You are
If
observant
we,
for a mentat.
of course, have to be. Now, currently, our calculations of what we wish to proceed with are detrimental at best if I continue, or if we continue on this path. But I ask of you, Fremen, do you wish to see House Harkonnen wiped from the face of Arrakis?
She kind of stops and turns. Perhaps. The Harkonnen are good for business. They make water scarce, which increases its value. However, they're demons.
And on that, I think you see like the signature, the signature grin of you. So, milady, do you fancy yourself a demon killer then?
I find that it is best to leave the killing to others.
Very well. If you would not see yourself as a killer, perhaps you might lend some of your men to our aid.
To what end?
The Harkonnen just came through our lands like a dust storm and destroyed everything about House Atreides in one night. If you do not think that that does not boil the blood as much as it boils the water within me, then the fact that it doesn't boil yours is disturbing.
I have no loyalty to House Atreides.
Do you
How am
have
I to know that
loyalty?
they would be any better than House Harkonnen? They don't understand Arrakis. They don't care to understand Arrakis. They came here for one reason, and one reason alone. That is spice. They will tear this planet apart to get it.
Do you think that I speak only on behalf of House Atreides? I was here before House Atreides, milady. I was here during House Fremen, before they arrived. So,
House Finring rolls over like a dog for the Harkonnens to pet its belly.
And you sell water to your own people.
you can see that you is actively angry at that comment. Like, actively, that hit a nerve. That hit a nerve in a way that do you see that there are innocent people here dying because you know of it? There are people dying here, innocent people, all because the Harkonnen have chosen to make this their gravesite, their burial ground for our people. Do you
And
want
now
to
that your
leave?
water boils, what do you intend?
Revenge! That's what I intend.
Then you too have decided to turn this place into a graveyard. Only for you, your motivation is strong, and you do not understand the motivation of the Harkonnen. But I promise you, as twisted as they might be, the Harkonnen feel the exact same way. Justified in their violence. This violence that has been perpetuated by House Harkonnen and every other house of their noble imperium. This is the way of Outworlders. Spilling blood and not understanding one value of its drop.
Think that I don't want peace? I do. I have tried to keep peace for quite a long time. But clearly, peace is not the way that things can be settled amongst this sand. So, rather than sit around and parade on ideologies and thoughts, I would rather be a man of action. I would rather use my hands to end this pain. All we ask is for your assistance. But if you want nothing to do with it, fine. We shall find others.
I will not waste the water of my people fighting the Harkonnens. But maybe, perhaps, I know someone who could help you. If you needed to escape the city, I could put you in touch with someone I know that specializes in such things. As for your fight, she kind of holds up a hand almost dismissively. I am not interested.
All we wish to do is get innocent children free.
She kind of exhales and looks at the children. You better keep up. You slow us down, I will leave you behind.
I think that comment's the first comment that gives a rise out of Rob. He doesn't say anything or even make any noise. Maybe nobody even notices, but he definitely tenses up at the comment of leaving them behind.
I think that while Rob doesn't make a noise, maybe Tanya notices that tensing a little bit. And you kind of hear her scoff. She's just like, I didn't realize that the Fremen were such cowards. Everyone I know likes to fight.
I think several of the ones that had like picked up jugs of water now like turn and like start to set them back down. She turns kind of calmly in your direction, Tanya. Are you saying that my desire to stay out of this squabble is cowardice?
Oh, yes. Especially when it seems that you're staying out of this. She literally, uses air quotes, squabble to make profits. To me, you're just as bad as them.
There's like 2 or 3 of these Fremen that actually take like steps like in your direction.
Oh, she doesn't even move. Like I think the most she does is she stands up and she kind of rolls her shoulders. Like she's right next to Rob.
Yep. Absolutely. Okay.
And Rav has moved, but it's just slightly. Like I don't know that anyone else but Tanya would realize that Rav has just shifted enough to be like just slightly closer.
She raises like her hand, just like palm out, but, like keeps it down like near her waist. Just a small movement of her arm, and she just kind of softly says the Fremen word for peace to the other Fremen, who kind of like stop short of like trying to close with you. You are not Fremen, so you cannot challenge me.
Why? I can challenge who I please.
For leadership is what I mean.
I don't need to be a leader. I just need to remind people that sometimes the place that they think they're at is actually far lower. You are a coward. And you are no better than House Harkonnen. Enjoy when they come for you too. Because they will. And if not, maybe I will. You never know what happens in the night.
I wait for that time.
I
And
can
when it
always use
does-
more water.
May thy blade chip and shatter.
We'll see.
On second thought, she says as she kind of like straightens herself back up, I cannot spare the manpower or help to guard these children. We need to leave. This house, this city, is overrun with rats, she says, not taking her eyes off of Tanya. And the Fremen like quickly start gathering up the containers of water again. I hope to see you again.
Jeremy,
Go ahead.
so my instincts tell me to do something, but what they tell me to do is meant the opposite in this is meant the opposite in the Duneverse. So I don't really I don't know what the equivalent to spitting at someone's feet is in this universe. I know spitting is like a
that's-
greeting in Dune.
No,
Yeah,
that's
it's like
wasting your water. That's,
Yeah, it's a show of like
Yeah.
great esteem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would be honoring her by doing that.
Mhm.
Exactly. So what I want to do is like our equivalent of that. Like the
Okay.
insult equivalent of that, but I don't know what that is in Dune.
You know what? I don't really either, to tell you the truth.
Kick
Other
your-
than the may your may your blade chip and shatter. It's the only one that I kind of know is kind of, it's not even really like an insult so much. It's just kind of a, I don't know. It's a good question.
It's not Tania wishing she had some spice so she could just like act like she's walking out and just kind of like
Pocket spice.
pocket glitter. But it's as, you know, she's getting ready to leave and Tania just nods her head and she goes, I love being proven right.
The rest of the
And-
Fremen kind of like make
Enjoy.
their way down this staircase back towards the exit. She lingers behind, just not having really moved, not really having taken her eyes off of you. Just kind of this terse smirk on her face. Shame on you, she says in Fremen to Sahira. And then she turns and follows the rest of her people into the tunnel.
Well, I'm not the one leaving children behind. Stupid. Sahira is holding back a lot of emotions because on one hand, she finds them offensive in the fact that they're selling water to other Fremen who need the water because there isn't anyone else on the planet that needs the water, because most of them have access to it because they're the upper class. So that makes her mad, but she also knows that Tania and Rav are smugglers and doesn't want to say something that could be offensive. So she again is feeling like, shit, what do I say? What do I do? But she didn't like the insult.
I think Mak Barakala just kind of like is standing by, having watched all of this transpire, but not saying anything.
I think we just lost our help.
They weren't going to help anyways. They were going to leave children behind to die.
One river
If-
runs dry, another one forms. Just because the water runs from there, it always runs somewhere. We'll find it elsewhere. Fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Oh.
Okay. Mak Barakala finally kind of says, I do not know how much longer it is going to be safe here. You should think about leaving, Arrakis.
Beast Raban is here. He led this attack. This could be our chance to hit them where it hurts.
What do you propose, young man?
Up. Lower him out.
The only thing he wants is spice.
They know where the value is. You can kind of see Brooks's like very kind of tense, and he's not fully connected to the moment. His mind is clearly racing. He's clearly filled with hate. I don't know if I can run like a coward.
Not running like a coward if it's strategic. We still plan to attack. We
You
just
still have children to protect.
have other priorities. He nods to Sahira.
That's not cowardly at all. So are we still going to try to get out of here and go towards the deep desert? Because facing them head on with the kids is not going to work. And it sounds like our babysitter is running short on patience.
It may be up to us to take children to the smuggler. That's where this. And Rav takes a breath in through his nose and thinks of a few words. This person was supposed to take this water merchant was supposed to take the children anyways. We could just take them ourselves.
See why we couldn't do that.
There's a kind of a moment. I think Brooks might have found a stick that had fallen from one of the plants in here and has kind of been holding it. And there's this moment where it snaps and kind of throws the pieces across the room as he kind of, it's just, there's so much tension. And as you guys are talking about taking these kids, he says, we don't even know where we're taking them. That was our chance to find out where this merchant prince is. We're holed up in here. The beast is here. We can't run. After what they did. He kind of collapses against the wall, just kind of sits down, puts his head in his hands. Just kind of goes quiet.
You will go over to Brooks. Are you quite done?
There's no response.
He kind of gets down on his knees, like almost in a prayer position in front of you. These children are the seeds of Arrakis. They are the reason we survived, the reason we are here, the reason we are doing everything that we are. If they die, because we go into a war being unprepared, are you willing to live with that sacrifice? I don't think you are. Water will have been spilled for nothing. The oasis will no longer exist. And you beautiful boy, you will have not trained for this exact moment, only to have it squandered. So hold tight to that revenge. Hold tight to that anger you're holding on to. Because I have it too. Trust me. But revenge is timed. Revenge is planned. If you go in too soon, you are no better than sand blowing in the wind. He puts his head to your forehead. Think of your father. Think of what he would say.
Didn't you train your whole life to protect Paul Atreides, a son, the Duke's child? Was that not a valorous act? Because if you're saying you don't want to protect these children because there's not enough valor in it for you, maybe you should check on your priorities.
I think Brooks, for most people in the room, is silent. For you, and maybe even Sahira, you kind of hear the kind of like as he begins to cry.
Oh, you cannot waste your tears. You can't waste water. We're going to figure this out.
Damn the water.
The water is life.
The oldest of the children steps forward, a boy of maybe 12. And he says, "We are not cowards. We will fight We will fight like Fremen. We're ready to kill Harkonnen.
That's true. Fremen children are raised to fight alongside the adults if need be. Not that I'm encouraging that to happen if we can avoid it.
These children look like they have conviction. They look like they believe what they are saying. But there's not a single one of you that looks at them and thinks that they have any chance, that they are in any way ready for this kind of a fight.
I think that as that kid speaks, Brooks sees this frail child ready to fight and die. And I think something inside of him breaks. He says, "What is this place? This planet? Why was this house made to come here?" He just shakes his head.
Muted, Chad.
You can't hear me?
Oh, am I?
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Can't hear you now.
Oh no, I'm frozen.
No, no, we got you.
Okay. No, I say to Brooks, if I had those answers, I would give them to you. But I don't.
I think that Brooks kind of starts to take deeper breaths, kind of leans back against the wall. And there's a sense that he's steeled something in himself. And he kind of looks up at the room, at everyone, just says, he'll nod a little bit. And I think he'll actually start to stand up and dust himself off and take one deep breath and resolve himself, and he'll say, "Fine. Where you all go, I'll go. I'll fight. I'll do my best to protect. I don't know what else to do. So I'll do that. Just tell me where to go."
I think Sahira would gesture to the Fremen in the room. Was old Bitchy Bones, is she the only person that you were expecting to come? Is that who you were suggesting we would get a ride out of here with?
He kind of like shrugs. It was who I thought might be able to help, yes.
Okay, then maybe we should try to steal a flying machine, an ornithopter or something to get out of here. Because the Harkonnen, once they're done with the Atreides, they're going after my people. So we should just go to the closest siege to take these children to and possibly expect a battle.
Jeremy, you mentioned that we knew something about this miracle worker of the open canal. Do we have
Mhm.
do we know enough to maybe have any leads on where to start looking or
Ooh.
know a way to contact him or anything like that?
Good question. Let's get a roll.
Okay.
I think this is
It's
going
been
to
a
be a
while. How do I
knowledge.
do that?
I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. I'll say, so this is going to be a knowledge roll. So we are going to be looking for results that are above your number in knowledge versus instinct. So you're going to start with at least a D8. You are a smuggler. Tanya, you can also make this roll if you'd like. So I think
Please do, because I have a bad feeling.
two dice. But he is also somewhat protective over who knows his whereabouts and things. So I think we're going to keep it at 2 dice.
Okay. You know what? I got 1 success and 1 failure, but I think I'm gonna use one of my XP points.
Ah, okay, yeah. So I'll make that 3 successes, which is a critical success.
Critical.
So I want to roll over.
Over,
I
you
have a
remember.
7.
Ooh, okay.
So
Uh-oh.
I failed.
All right. Yeah.
But can I use an XP to get the free successes?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. Yeah, so 2 successes for Tania and a critical 3 successes for Rav. So yeah, I would say absolutely. Apparently your crew has had some dealings with Barakanat before, and it sounds like Rav, perhaps even like whatever trade or handoff or whatever took place, that you were probably present for it. So you literally know where you have met this individual before. So yeah, I would say that you have a very healthy lead as to where you might need to go.
I think Rav will bring that up to the group once things start to calm down a little bit. And maybe this thing with Brooks is somewhat resolved. He won't go into a lot of details because this is kind of definitely a secret matter. But he'll just basically mention I may know where to at least start looking for this miracle worker.
All right. Is the intention then to head out to that direction? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we have too many other options that keep kids
Okay.
alive in the meanwhile.
Okay. So you leave the oasis behind you. The children still in tow, and by the direction of Tania and Rav, you make your way into a different part of Arrakeen. And you know how earlier you were talking about there was like a stark dynamic difference between the areas that were simply residential versus those that were known places where spice had been stored. That one had wanton destruction and devastation, and the places where there was spice being kept were suspiciously untouched. You find yourself in a place, a part of the city that is very clearly untouched. by this war. People are doing business here as if things were normal. There are whispered conversations here and there if you were to pay attention, but for the most part, it seems almost as if business as usual were happening here. What anybody can answer this question. It doesn't have to be Rav, but what does the front, if you will, the business that operates the disguise, if you will, for where Barakanat Karama operates out of?
Can I suggest that perhaps he sells Fremen still suits, because the Fremen made ones are supposed to be the
Oh.
best.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Take a point of XP for that, Michelle. Like,
Thank
that's
you.
fantastic. I just realized Chad is actually frozen now.
Oh, yes, he is.
Oh no.
It's literally Chad's like pensive position, the one that he kind of like holds normally anyways. So it took me forever to notice.
So
that he
nobody
hadn't.
knew.
He's all
Yeah,
weekends at Bernie
You all
over
think
here.
it's you.
Oh.
Yeah, you all think it's pensive, but it's quite literally like just the way I sit in my chair. It's like the way that I.
It's really strange that I can
Oh,
hear you
it's
perfectly
frozen.
fine.
Right?
It's frozen, but you
But
can
you
hear
are
me fine,
completely
right?
So
frozen.
funny. Coming in perfectly
Only
clear.
partly frozen. Like only partly dead.
Well, my screen did go like almost fully black at one point, and then like all of a sudden
you'll never
it
go
came back
back
up
now.
on this came back up on the game, and I'm like, all right, cool. Well, there you go. At least it like it's a good headshot. I don't look weird.
No, it's great.
Fantastic.
It caught a good angle of you. Unlike the stream where poor Jack Quaid kept
Oh,
getting-
yes.
Actually, no, most of his were okay.
Every screenshot of his was good. That's what they were saying. That's when they started doing all the art.
Well, as long as we still have you at least auditorially, and we've got a great picture to stand in for
Yeah.
you, Chad. So as long as you can hear us,
You're
okay,
fine. Yeah, we're great. We're good.
perfect. We'll roll right on then. So yeah, this is like a still suit. Not manufacturer. That's not the right word.
Trading
Still
post?
suit. Yeah, trading post, if you will. And it's probably a good thing because if the intention is in fact to leave the protection of the shield wall and the city, those of you who are not currently wearing still suits are going to need them.
Yeah, I only brought one extra.
So
Let me see.
you enter the shop, and the person kind of working the counter, if you will, kind of working the floor, sees you enter, and it's very obvious that that you have seen better days. All of you look a little worse for wear, and you have a collection of children who also look like they have not seen a great night, kind of in tow. And she kind of looks at your group and she says, "May I help you?"
Would there be a special phrase or something that lets me into the back room or
Oh,
anything like that?
Please,
or-
absolutely. Shotgun, Nathan. What is it?
Oh, I think it is. I don't know enough about the skin suits to know exactly what it is, but I think it is asking for like a special version of a skin suit.
Okay.
or maybe like a special modification for a skin suit.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So you kind of stroll in, and whenever she asks if she can help you, you casually kind of drop this passphrase. Um, she kind of looks at the group of you again, and all these children. She says, "Yes, it's right this way." And she kind of like heads towards the back of the store through like a curtain that leads into like a back storeroom or something. Um, and there's a yet another, hidden entrance um, that leads down into a like a subfloor, like a basement, that's kind of beneath this shop. Um, and all around you, you can see it's very well appointed. Like it's abundantly clear um, that there's a lot of affluence here. Where is his picture? There it is. And you hear like low speaking, somebody speaking kind of in a low voice off to one side. And the individual that kind of showed you down here kind of stops at the base of the stairs and just kind of gestures for you to go further into the room. And once the rest of you have passed, she returns upstairs. Those of you who kind of move around the corner of this apartment, if you will see an individual kind of lounging near what would normally be a beautiful view of the city. Kind of what is below this kind of outcropping that this is built into. And he is kind of talking into a recorder, like a voice recorder, kind of softly talking to himself as he drinks from a very small glass, what looks like maybe some form of like a coffee. He kind of looks up after taking a sip as he realizes he's no longer alone. And I think there's a little bit of trepidation at first, until he spots Rav. And he says, "I know you from somewhere. What is your name again?"
Rav. We've
Yes.
done business in the past.
Is that so?
I have a bit more business to discuss.
He kind of exaggeratedly like kind of looks behind you and then like turns the other direction and looks the other way behind you. It does not look like you have brought much business.
What would he trade in? As in, is there a money that he would trade in, or is it goods, services, favors? Like, what was his commodity be?
So he specializes in basically anything that needs to get in and out of the city unnoticed. So he's very much kind of a what's the word I'm looking for? Not quite a fence, but like things come and go through him. So people, actual goods. So you would know that there's a bit of a there's a word that I'm failing to find. Basically, like a currency exchange. He dabbles in a little bit of everything, and he kind of knows the value of many different things. So it's almost like a barter.
Gotcha. I think that Rav looks to Brooks and you, not in a way of like conversation. He just kind of looks back at them, um, and then he looks back to this man and he says, I assume you know what's happening in the city. We have two from high in the Atreides court, and I'm sure the Atreides would pay greatly for help finding out if Paul has been killed or is missing, or the whereabouts, as well as ridding the Harkonnen from this planet. I can't imagine that the Harkonnen are good for your business currently in the current state. If we can get these children out of the city safely, maybe an arrangement can be made for compensation.
I thought that I spied two eagles on your shoulder. He kind of indicates you and Brooks. I would certainly hazard a guess that they would be eager to get out of Arrakis. The children, I would have to agree, it is probably not best for them to be in the city after tonight. So you seek passage for these 5 children and these 2 eagles?
Do we need to? I'm assuming that we all don't just have a way out. We would need to get him to get us a way out as well, or
Yeah. You would probably hazard a guess that the Harkonnen probably have the points of egress in and out of the city well on lockdown.
Gotcha.
You might be able to get out through like the gate, but you know undoubtedly that you're going to have to pass under strict Harkonnen like surveillance to do so.
we all need passage out of the city. The children need passage to safety. The rest of us are headed deep into the desert for business.
Of course. There is much business in the deep desert. Passage for 10 under such conditions. He kind of shakes his head. Of course, this is something I can do. But it is expensive. It will cost you. Not the promise of House Atreides coin. He kind of like puts up a hand as if like, please. I need guaranteed currency. You see, House Atreides is money. Well, it has been caught up in a storm just as House Atreides itself. For all I know, these could be the last 2 eagles to live. And if they do not have access to the Atreides vaults, then a promise is not worth a handful of sand to scratch my ass with.
You sound as though you have something else in mind.
I believe the last time that we met, Rav, that you were dealing in a different commodity.
Spice.
Yes, indeed, spice. That is what I am interested in. You see, there are far fewer things in this world that are more precious to the Harkonnen bastards than spice. This is the language they speak. If I can procure spice and give it to them in exchange, of course, I may yet continue to do my business in Arrakis.
This spice may be easy to come by for us. However, trade with the Harkonnen, when we're done, may not be as easy, but that's your job to figure out. You will have your
But
spice.
see, that's exactly it. Because you see, if you succeed, which I have every faith that you will do, then I just do business with you. Which is, of course, my preference. But forgive me for my pragmatism. He kind of smiles. You understand, being a merchant yourself, we must play many bets at once.
Wise words as always. And I think
He bows.
I think that Rav uses his whole name, the translation of his name, but he doesn't quite say it sarcastically. But I think that in the dealings or two that they've had together, he's heard him say this with kind of almost a scoffing manner, kind of like I don't fully buy into the full title kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. He kind of, bows somewhat, and says, "The spice must flow."
And it shall.
Very well. It sounds like we have an agreement. I will book you passage for 10 out of the city. But in exchange, you will bring me your group's weight in spice.
I'm going to say that laugh was in character.
I was gonna say I don't know if
Perfect.
that actually happens in character or how anybody else reacts, but I don't think Rav. I don't think this phases Rav at all. I think maybe Rav expected more than that. And not to say that it's going to be easy for Rav to get that and get it to him, but I don't think it phases Rav.
Do Rav and Tanya already have some spice on their ship? Because I'm fearing wherever you parked it, if it was close to the castle, it might have gone boom.
See, that's the problem. I think we were here to get spice.
Get spice.
So I think I wouldn't say we're starting from scratch. That wouldn't be a very good smuggler.
We are
move.
starting from scratch.
You have connections.
Sure.
I think Brooks
Look,
just kind
Tanya
of
is the
leans.
only one that knows we're starting from only Tanya and Rav know we're starting from scratch. Okay.
Yes.
Now you're wishing
Brooks.
you hadn't taken out that pocket spice and blown it all over the place, huh?
Pocket space.
Pocket spice. I think that Brooks will kind of like lean over to for just behind Rav and just kind of like whisper like, "Do you have our weight in spice?"
I will.
He kind of like clicks his tongue like, "Okay."
Barakanat Karama says,
You see that you is
Okay.
like actively.
"Go ahead."
Can you hear? Okay, so you actively says to this because I imagine he's near Brooks so Brooks asks
Sure.
Rav, like, "Do you have our weight in spice?" Right, and he goes and takes a beat and is like, statistically speaking, I don't know if he can actually have our. but he can certainly try.
I think that Rav is trying to remain very extremely quote unquote professional for, smugglers, but the more that Brooks asks questions, the more that you offers up statistics, the faster down by Rav's left side, the faster his hand is like swatting kind of a little bit, trying to be like, shut up, back
Oh,
away, leave it
that's
alone.
when Tania notices the hand movement, she kind of goes and she'll, very gently, one hand on, the middle of each of their backs if they allow it. And she's like, come on, boys, I need to have a talk with you.
Let's go look at some still suits, huh?
Yeah, let's go look at some still suits.
Brooks
Come
is
with me.
fully just like, what? Yeah, okay.
Sure.
Not at all
whatever.
cognizant
That's
to
fine.
the
You'll be good with me,
espionage
sweetheart. Let's do
or
this.
subtlety happening.
We're fully Statler and we're fully Statler and Waldorf over
Oh
here.
yes,
just being
of course. Wherever you
Like,
need
you
us to go.
Yes, let's go.
Perfect. So Tanya kind of sweeps you and Brooks kind of back upstairs.
Help me pick out a good suit.
I've never worn a steel suit before.
Oh, first time for everything.
Guess so.
After a moment, it just leaves Barakanat Karama, Rav, and Sahira and the children downstairs. Actually, I think the children are going to follow Tania, actually. I think they feel the closest to her at this point, and they realize that if they're going outside of the shield wall, that they're going to need still suits as well. They're kind of excited at the prospect of like brand new still suits. So they'll head upstairs with you. Barakanat Karama kind of turns back to Rav. Oh. You travel in the company of a handful of Fremen children, and not a single one of you is free from blood. 2 eagles. One can only assume you have come from the palace.
Well, not directly, but that is where we found one another.
I see. So this tragedy has forced you into a clan of sorts.
In a way.
Arrakis has a strange way of moving people about. Not always in the best way, but sometimes. Just sometimes. It seems as though the winds blow the directions of fate in favorable ways. There is a hangar, not far from here. Inside of it I have an ornithopter parked. I am confident in your promise to deliver, and to the faith that I have in our future trade. I am willing to extend the offer of this ornithopter to you. I have a large heart, what can I say? Seeing these children in danger and... well, you should take it. Get out of the city. Take them to Siege Tabor. Let them find safety among the Fremen who dwell there. You can show them the way? He kind of looks to Sahira.
Yes,
Good.
I can.
Good. If you are caught, of course, I have never heard of you.
I don't even remember your name.
Precisely. I like her, he says to Rav. Very well. You should use this door here. And he kind of like stands up and moves across the room and moves aside like a beautifully carved like room divider screen that has been like hand carved out of worm bark. He kind of moves it to the side, and you see just very faintly in the lines of like the carvings on the wall, the pattern that's carved there, you can just make out the shape of like a door, which he kind of moves over and depresses part of the stonework, like the center of a diamond or something, and the stone kind of scrapes open almost without a sound, and you feel like the rush of cold air. Just at that moment, there's a commotion from upstairs. Tanya, you, Brooks, you are upstairs, trying on still suits, going over the do's and the don'ts and the how-tos. When all of a sudden, the door to this shop bursts open, and you see a squad of Harkonnen, led by a Sardaukar, enter. This Sardaukar, Sardaukar bears the markings. You and Brooks would be able to tell you. Bears the markings of a commander. And standing in the street outside of the shop that you can kind of just see as they're kind of like filing in through the door, you can kind of see this individual out in the street. You see the water seller, who waits
Little rat.
until Tanya locks eyes with her, gives that smirk again, and then turns and walks away. That is where we're going to end the session tonight.
Oh, God.
You son of a bitch!
Oh!
Oh my
The
god!
rage.
I'm so mad. I fucking knew it. I'm so mad.
I thought it was going to be the first Fremen we encountered outside the tunnel.
Angie.
Oh, the rage.
Literally in the cope list, there was like at least
I
two
know.
people that said betrayal. I'm like, all right.
No, I take it back.
No. Oh.
Can next session be nothing but
Fighting.
like full on John Wick level
Yes.
Dune killing craziness? That's I'm on the I see nothing, I see red. I want every Harkonnen dead. Like that's the
Yes.
level now. Okay.
Good.
Oh my
That
god.
makes me happy
Not
to hear.
not me just going, moment this shit starts, Tania's just gonna try and just barrel through and go after that bitch. Like, I'm so mad.
Yeah, so session 3?
Session
Oh,
3?
Yes.
Part
Okay.
3 of 2.
Part 3 of 2.
Look, I don't.
Welcome to
Jeremy,
How
I
We
don't,
Do.
I don't know what all you have planned. Like, I don't know where the end of this two-shot is supposed to be, but I can't see us finishing it in session 3 at all. Like where
I
we're
can't
at
either.
right now, I don't see any possible way.
We all
Dude,
die. The end.
I've
I'm
already
done.
done the math. I've already done the math. There's no way. Like, there's no way.
You did this
From
to
a mouth-
yourself.
from
I
the
don't
mouth
know
of a
what
mentant.
story you had planned.
It wasn't this one.
I've already done the math.
I would
was
trust
thinking
the
about
human
it.
computer.
I was thinking about it. I think
There is
it's
no
90
perceived-
parts minimum. I
Yep.
really do think.
90 parts.
90%.
This is gonna be our mini campaign.
Even 91.
91 at least.
90%. The 10% is left over for shits and giggles.
Shits and giggles.
Man.
Well, one of them so we can do that every 10-minute swap.
Fuck
Right.
yeah.
There you
Oh
go.
yeah.
We all just inhale spice accidentally. and
Yes,
then we just
there it
swap
is.
characters. We're all like, oh, fuck.
That's the inhaled spice episode. Oh, who am I? What is this?
So
Why
here
am I
it
in
is
this
working on a way
body?
to refine spice.
Hey.
So,
Shut the fuck
you
up.
know,
That's great.
that was my plan. Maybe there's an
Amazing.
accident in the lab.
Oh,
The lab,
man.
which is a
That's-
cave.
That's the Christmas special.
A very spicy Christmas.
The end of season 1.
Spice bread
of season
cookies.
one.
Dude, a very spicy Christmas.
Pretty sure I've seen that movie.
Now I have to.
That used to
understand
play
what
on
Dune
Max.
Santa is now.
Oh my
Oh my
gosh.
god.
What is the equivalent of Dune Santa?
Nicholas.
I
House
think
Claus.
that's down further in
God.
the book.
Just a
When, like
sandworm.
Leto 2 becomes the sandworm.
Santa worm.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Put a Santa hat on the Baron. Oh,
Oh, gross.
he's got the jelly full of belly.
Ew.
Oh.
When he laughs, his jelly wiggle wiggle.
Oh my god. This was great, y'all. This was
Merry
fantastic.
Christmas.
Very good session.
I know we didn't get to spill any Harkonnen blood this time around, but I'm
It'll
really
happen.
happy with
It's
with what we did here, with
It was
what
super
transpired. So,
emo a couple of times there, man.
mhm. There's some heavy
Listen.
stuff.
I hope you got.
What you
I
got,
hope
Chad?
you got where you wanted to get this session. I hope you got where you wanted to get this session.
Yeah.
'Cause I feel like you were like, well, there's, yeah, you got the amount that you wanted out. This
Yeah,
time.
yeah, absolutely. I think
Yeah.
other than maybe actually having the combat, which was kind of planned as a part of this, I got everything else on my list. So
Yeah.
but the fact that
That
we get
was-
to end like on the cusp of combat, that's also exciting. So
I wasn't sure, like the whole Tania and Edgy Chen lady, like, are we gonna fight with her? Are we not gonna fight with her? This doesn't
It
feel
was
like we should,
certainly
but
a
it feels like it's
possibility.
gonna.
You could
Yeah.
cut
Oh.
the tension with a knife.
Listen,
Blades
I
were ready to be drawn.
I had already decided that if we didn't kill her before we left the city, I was gonna talk y'all into going and murdering her entire house. Like,
Stop.
Hey, so I know we just left the city, but there's a bitch back there that I really want to murder. So
exactly. We're not leaving yet. I have unfinished business here. So
I'll just repair my still suit. I just
Is- Is that a possum you're playing with there, Sarah?
I am playing
Is
with a
that
possum.
Oh,
I am playing with a possum. He's adorable and I love him. And
Amazing.
he has been
I
helping
love
me
this.
with my stress.
oh
Oh,
no, I didn't mean to put stress
love
on you. Well, I
this
mean, I
so
kind of
much.
did, but
You lie.
sorry,
Why
I'm
you
sorry.
lie straight to my face? It's okay. I loved it. But like that's why like my
I have
ADHD gets me. So I have these things and I've been
Mhm.
crocheting and I painted a little.
Perfect.
It helps me focus.
there you go.
There
I
we
just
go.
about bent my pen in two during the session.
Yes.
Just getting
Oh.
so like, oh man.
Yeah.
When you leave a session angrier than when you started.
Not angry. Invested.
There you go.
There
Very
you go.
invested.
I'll take it. Yeah. I mean, it's always my goal. I want to move people. I want to move my players emotionally, and when there is conflict, I want that conflict to be tangible. I want it to be like something that is not thought about, that it's felt, you know. So I love playing assholes. I love playing villains. So
Chad almost had me crying.
Right? Incredible stuff. All of you did a phenomenal
sorry.
job.
I love you guys.
I love you.
But it was very good. Like that again, just that valor, you know, stuff of you know, not patriotism, that's the wrong word, but just that he's back.
Hey!
Chad's
moved
back.
again.
And he's younger and more gung ho and
Oh no. And he's muted?
Beautiful.
muted.
I
He's
just had to
muted.
reset the
There
video.
we go.
that's all.
There it goes.
Yeah, I just had to
All
reset
right.
the video. It
This
worked.
whole time.
I didn't think about it, but I was like, I don't want to mess stuff up. It's fine. I'll just leave it as
Oh man,
is.
that's trippy. Now there's like a delay. So you
Yes.
look
Yep.
like a bad telenova.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Horrible. I don't
That's
like
amazing.
it. I want nothing to do with it.
You know, I had fully intended on not having Sahira believe in Muad'Dib until we went into that room. And then I was like, switch, nope. Now she believes.
But what a great, like, again, like character growth moment. Like that's a really cool
It was.
transition.
And I'm glad that I had the opportunity to call him, you know, from the South.
Throw some shade. Wait a
Set
second.
myself up. Yeah.
I don't know if there is shade. This was fantastic, y'all. Thank you very, very much for helping me kick off another fantastic weekend. 2 in a row.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to pass things over to my players once again so that they can give any kind of parting words. Again, plug anything that they would like to, say where you can find them on the internet, etc. And then I think we're going to call it an evening. So we'll start in reverse order with Nathan.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. It's always a pleasure to be on the channel and play with you guys. Like I always find a moment when I think just about every tabletop role playing game I play where it's adjusting my brain back to the character, the setting, the party dynamics and all that. But I love watching the moment where you feel like everybody's brain clicks into the character and clicks into the party dynamic and clicks into the story. And it stops becoming, for me, it stops becoming like I'm role playing this character. It starts becoming where my brain is visualizing these scenes. Like when we were doing this scene with the miracle worker guy, I could see this room that Jeremy painted around us. I could see this oasis we were in where we're trying to negotiate with getting these children out with this lady, and the tension that started, like all of that just came to life. And that's what I love so much about playing these games, and especially playing them with people like you guys that just contribute so well to building that story and that picture. It's I live for this stuff. So thank you guys so much. Also, I usually do this at the beginning of Jeremy's games, and I forgot tonight for some reason, but go get a shirt.
Big old
'cause-
critties.
Hey.
Big old critties.
The
Yes, they're
merch.
natural. Yeah, man. I'm totally there with you. Like, I mean, again, that's the dragon we're all chasing, right? Is that moment where you somewhat lose yourself in the fiction of what's going on, and it becomes a little bit nonfiction, at least in your mind, you know, for a brief moment. That's the lightning you want, and getting to that point is so much fun as a player. Similarly to like being an actor on stage, where you lose yourself for a little bit, and it becomes reactionary. Instead of you having to think about what would I do in this situation, what would my character do in this situation, you don't have to think about it. You just know, because you're feeling it. It's an emotional response. It's like, nope, I know exactly what I need to do. I know exactly what I need to say. And typically, not always, but typically, that's the purest kind of role playing. That's the purest kind of improvisation. because you're not getting in your own way. So yeah, I'm very happy to hear that. Even if it increased tension or anxiety or stress, that we managed to reach that together through the second part of this story. So
Yeah,
thank you for being a part of that.
I've mentioned it before, and even tonight I had another one of those moments where my character, I was so driven by what Sarah's character was doing that I'm like, my character has to do this. Like, I know this is not a good idea. I know this is if this goes the wrong way, it's going to be detrimental to everybody else. But I don't see any way that my character wouldn't react like this. And I was talking about that in our private chat last session. I think it was Chad's character did something that was just at like a straight emotional reaction. And I love those moments when a player has that as a character, because you're not just sticking to your character sheet, you're playing what your character's feeling in that moment.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I debated that moment tonight. I was like, you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do this. You're gonna cause problems. You should not do this. And I did it anyway.
I'm glad you did.
Those
So
are
glad.
my absolute favorite moments. Like, as long as you're not doing it to like intentionally mess up the party or mess up the session or the story or whatever, if you're doing it because that's what your character would do, those are my favorite moments in tabletop games.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Again, that's pure. It's pure playing at that point. You're in the sandbox. You know, no pun intended.
Spice box.
Spice box. Yeah, it's and it's really fun to watch. I love watching that because, again, like you were saying, the game really comes alive at that point. It becomes a story about real flawed people who are responding to extraordinary circumstances. And to me, that is where the interesting stories happen. Is that conflict is always going to be a part of these stories, but when conflict is generated because of poor choices, that spurns a character to grow and to learn, but also it creates conflict. So if you can do both at the same time, that's a win. That's what you want in the story. You want everything kind of compacted as much as possible. So yeah, I'm all for it. Speaking of all for it, next up is Chad.
Oh man. Hi everybody. Despite the technical difficulties, I thoroughly enjoyed this game tonight. I have such a blast with playing in games on your channel, Jeremy, because you're just an exceptional GM, but also it's like
Here.
it's the people you pick. It's the people you pick for the games that we play in. The chemistry is always brilliant, and I think it is a testament to who you are as a GM that you can pick people who either have never met before, very or don't play in games as often, or a bunch of things, but the chemistry that you bring out in the players is exceptional as much as I can express. Like, I have seen that a lot. There are quite a few GMs that I have seen do it, but you're probably one of the very best that I've ever experienced do it, because how many different versions, how many different things have you shown on this channel? And every single time you take people from a world on paper and you craft a world where, just as Nathan was saying just a minute ago, you can visually see every single detail. And I can hand somebody a character sheet from your system. I can hand somebody a character sheet and say, here, take a look at that. Play this game with us. Enjoy this game. See what this is. And the way you weave stories is bar none. I don't know what to say, because you put so much effort into making the worlds real, and it makes the chemistry between all the players tenfold. So for all of you guys, thank you so much for being here and being players in this game. You're not only some of my best friends, but you are also like kick-ass role players. Like it makes things so much smoother when you have that kind of chemistry that like just flows through players too. So yeah, I've said enough. You can see me on Thursdays. Outside of that, you'll see me with Jeremy on Tuesday. And yeah, I love you, buddy. I will always love you. And anytime you needed someone to fill a seat, I will always be the guy to call. And I will gladly take any opportunity I get to be at your table.
Thank you, Chad. I appreciate that, man, as always. Yeah, player choice, table composition is something that I try to be very intentional about, because of that reason. Like I play a lot of different kinds of games. I play a lot of different tone of game. I mean, there's almost always a through line of like, moments of levity, just because I can't help myself. But I enjoy telling a lot of different kinds of stories. And I've had the fortune of playing with a lot of different people. And everybody has a different taste. Some people like a specific kind of game, and some people like a different kind of game. And I think it's all valid and it's all fantastic. So building a table with people that I think will probably play well together is always a part of the process for me. So I'm very happy whenever it works out and my intuition is on point. That makes me very, very pleased. And it helps that I know a lot of really talented role players, and have gotten to be friends with a lot of them. That certainly makes picking a lot easier. So thank you for being one of those, Chad. Love you, man. All right. Speaking of love, next up is Michelle.
Well, now I feel emotional again. I'm obviously not extremely experienced. I used to, tabletop role play back when I was 18. And then there's this big gap up until about last year. And, playing this game is different than playing the Christmas one. I feel a lot more confident in this one, and it might be because of who I'm playing with. But I see so much inspiration in everybody's role play that just gives me a little something like, let me reach a little higher and see if I can get there. Let me reach a little higher and see if I can get there. And I realize that I'm not perfect, but I think I'm getting there. And it is so much fun. I spend a lot of my time in bed because I'm disabled, and I spend a lot of boring time, crochet TV, grandkids, let's do something, but not go out, and there's not huge excitement. This is huge excitement, and the high from this lasts so long. Like even the Christmas one, after we played the Christmas one, the high from doing that, the excitement level lasted me for months. So I guess this is going to be my new drug of choice. And I hope that you guys will all do drugs with me. Spice.
You heard it here first.
Enjoy the spice. Enjoy the spice.
The spice.
So that's what I got to say.
Thank you, Michelle. That's very touching to hear. And yeah, I mean, again, that's the juice. That's the dragon that we're all chasing. Once you experience it, it's the kind of thing that you will try to get back every time that you sit down to play, or at least that's the case for me. I'm always looking for those lightning moments again. Yeah, and that's part of the reason why why the investment and the immersion are so important to me for these games, is because for me that is the best environment for those moments to naturally occur, to organically kind of grow out of. That's the thing that I have found to be the case for myself, at least. So I like to try to create as many of those as possible, trying to curate an experience that kind of removes all of us from the everyday, the mundane.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it makes me very happy that that it brought that much joy to you, and thank you for being a part of that and bringing joy to the table with you, making it a joyful experience for the rest of us. Yeah, none of us are perfect. Perfection doesn't exist. That's a myth. So the goal is to understand that your faults don't disqualify you from doing this. Like that you can do this and still fuck up, and it's fine. Like there's nothing wrong with that. We're all, I mean, it's not a stream of mine if something technically doesn't go wrong. So like it's just a part of the experience, and there's nothing wrong with it at all. So yeah. Speaking of nothing wrong with, next up is Zach.
I don't have anything to say to that, but this was a joy. It was truly one of the most memorable sessions I've ever played. This is such an engaging mini series as it has turned out to be. 10 seasons and 3 movies. Anyone? Yeah. Anyway, it has been so fun and such a great opportunity to kind of explore more in terms of role playing than I normally feel comfortable doing, normally have a chance to do, and with such great and talented people. Such a great group. I'm just incredibly grateful to have been a part of it, and I can't wait for more. And I'm very glad that it worked out to where I got the chance to play in this game. Thank you again, Jeremy, for the invite. Yeah, no, it's just been so amazing and so easy to play as a game, as a system. Just very like this is my second ever session of the game system, and it's just so fluid. But yeah, I have been Zach Norman. I have been the son of MTD, and heir to the throne. It will be mine in due time, but until then, it is my father's, and you should check out all of his stuff and buy his minis and Dice Towers. I have to do that. I have to.
Absolutely, man.
I have to build the empire that will one day be mine.
Right?
It's in his contract. It's in his contract. He's like,
If
oh,
I
I
don't
have to at
mention
least
it-
plug it twice.
Anytime I make an appearance, I have to mention at least 2 times, or I get in trouble.
Uh-oh.
I get
Demerits.
grounded.
Oh man, I'll just go to my room and role play.
Oh no.
Go to your room. Oh, I'm there. So like,
Oh, okay. No, man. Totally, absolutely worth it. Your dad is amazing and puts a lot of hard work into what he does, and passion. You want to talk about somebody that puts a ton of his heart into everything that he does. And that's your dad, Jake, without any doubt. Yeah, I have a lot of admiration for your dad. And again, like I mentioned before, like he and I are really good friends. So and I cherish that relationship a lot. So
Yeah.
it's awesome to. LA is actually talking about that in the chat about seeing the next generation coming up and kind of joining the ranks, so to speak. I mean, I know you've been playing for a long, long time, but as of a couple of years ago, I don't know that I had ever seen you play online at all. And since then, I've had the chance to play with you on a number of occasions, and it's always been a blast, man. So whenever we needed a pinch hitter, if you will, like somebody to come in kind of in the 11th hour, and I was like, I think Zach would actually be a pretty good fit for who we've already got as players in this. And we had been talking about trying to get you into a game for a little while anyways. And I was like, well, how much do you like Dune? And whenever you said you were, into the movies, I was like, okay, perfect, let's do it. So I'm really happy that it worked out, that you were interested and available. So thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Speaking of interested and available, question mark?
I knew it.
She was
I knew
married.
it.
These segues are autopilot. I'm sorry.
I knew it was coming too. My brain, the instant that was said, my brain was like, he's gonna say, speaking of interested and available.
That's so funny.
Sarah, please take us out.
This has been an absolute blast. This has just absolutely been great. Bouncing off what everybody else said, being able to be a part of a Jeremy game in general is a fantastic feeling. Jeremy is not just an amazing GM, Jeremy is such an amazing person, and he does everything to make sure everyone is comfortable. And he is just absolutely fantastic. If you're ever able, start playing. If you're ever able to get in a game with him, fucking do it, because he is absolutely beautiful. He's a beautiful person. I love him to death. I am always so excited when he invites me into a game, and it's like the first time he ever did it. I always get that giddy feeling, and I just feel so lucky to be able to play with whoever I'm playing with. Like, it doesn't even matter who I'm playing with. And the players that are here today, absolutely amazing people. This is like my second game with Nathan. I've played a couple times with Chad. Chad and I have a history with that fiasco game.
I will say this: Sarah is one of the most amazing people in this community, and I love her to death. That fiasco game,
I made him cry.
Will continue to wreck me on stream. Like, if you haven't watched it, go watch it. It's great. I love it.
It's a good game, but it's
a
We
great
cried a
game.
lot. You should.
But good
You
Lord,
should
I
go.
think it's the first time. It's the first time I think it legitimately it is the first time I think I've ever actually wept on screen. So, like, yeah.
That's a good game, though.
It's great. Love it.
I love you, Chad. God.
But yes.
No.
I love you, Sarah.
I love
Great.
you. Yeah, no, I'm so excited to be able to play with all these people and to be able to play with you, Jeremy, as always. If I really want to plug myself, Alice X Ann on all the socials, and you can find me on MTD every other Tuesday and on Acer Sims channel for Hijinks for All.
Y'all are amazing. Thank you again for the very, very, very generous words. I never know what to say in response to any of that. So just know that I do appreciate it, and it's very touching to hear that. So thank you. Yeah, I have no idea how to follow that up, but to everybody who tuned in this evening, thank you very much for spending some time with us, and it does my heart wonders to know that there are people out there that enjoy this, that watch it for entertainment. That makes me very happy, because my first goal is to craft an entertaining story that is immersive and engaging and moving for the players at the table, and myself as well. Yeah, I'm a selfish person, so but to be able to also craft a story in such a way spontaneously, like we do, and have it also be something that an audience can interact with outside of it, objectively, is yeah, it's a fantastic feeling as a storyteller. So thank you for stopping by. Do all the stuff that the algorithm likes, you know, call to action bullshit. Hit the like button, subscribe, share the link around, talk about it with your friends, you know, all that kind of stuff. There are links that you can follow below as well. If you want to hire me to run a game for you, you can find my Start Playing link down below. You can find the Coin and Courage system for sale, as well as all the other versions of the Expedition engine that are not based on existing IPs. You can find them at my drive-through RPG link, also down below. There's a coffee link you can see up above my head here. It's also in the description down below. But yeah, any of that kind of stuff is huge for me. Any of that kind of support that people show. But you know, the support of people just being here, wanting to play in these games, being willing to come in at the 11th hour and sit in on a 3-week commitment. It's awesome to me that I'm a part of a community that's not hard to find in. That's a really cool thing, in my opinion. So thank you for all being just tremendous human beings and incredibly gifted role players who are willing to come to the table and always being willing to bring more than you're taking away from the table. That's also huge. So thank you. Yeah, I think that's just about everything that I need to say. Please remember that kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to other people, and there's a deficit going on, and I'm not speaking economically. We are at a deficit of kindness, if you will, especially in our particular society. So go out there and refill the coffers. If it doesn't cost you anything, but it could make all the difference in somebody's day, week, month, year, I mean, that's an easy exchange. That's a very easy decision to make, to give something freely of yourself that doesn't cost you anything. And if we all do that, then guess what? The world becomes a better place overnight. So go out there, be nice. Don't be an asshole. All right. I think that's everything from us. We're going to go ahead and call it an evening. So until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.